Chapter 9 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9 In the Cave of the Children's Ghosts. Section 1 It is forbidden to go to Kaka if there be wind enough to move 3 hairs. Now an absolutely windless day is rare on this wild western coast. Over the Japanese Sea, from Korea or China or boreal Siberia, some west or northwest breeze is nearly always blowing, so that I have had to wait many long months for a good chance to visit Kaka. Taking the shortest route, one goes first to Mitsuura from Matsue, either by kuruma or on foot. By kuruma, this little journey occupies nearly 2 hours and a half, though the distance is scarcely 7 miles, the road being one of the worst in all Izumo. You leave Matsue to enter at once into a broad plain, level as a lake, all occupied by rice fields and walled in by wooded hills. The path, barely wide enough for a single vehicle, traverses this green desolation, climbs the heights beyond it, and descends again into another and a larger level of rice fields, surrounded also by hills. The path over the second line of hills is much steeper. Then a third rice plain must be crossed, and a third chain of green altitudes, lofty enough to merit the name of mountains. Of course, one must make the ascent on foot. It is no small labor for a kurumaya to pull even an empty kuruma up to the top, and how he manages to do so without breaking the little vehicle is a mystery, for the path is stony and rough as the bed of a torrent. A tiresome climb I find it, but the landscape view from the summit is more than compensation. Then descending, there remains a fourth and last wide level of rice fields to traverse. The absolute flatness of the great plains between the ranges, and the singular way in which these latter fence off the country into sections, are matters for surprise, even in a land of surprises like Japan. Beyond the fourth rice valley, there is a fourth hill chain, lower and richly wooded, on reaching the base of which the traveler must finally abandon his kuruma and proceed over the hills on foot. Behind them lies the sea. But the very worst bit of the journey now begins. The path makes an easy winding ascent between bamboo growths and young pine and other vegetation for a shaded quarter of a mile, passing before various little shrines and pretty homesteads surrounded by high-hedged gardens. Then it suddenly breaks into steps, or rather, ruins of steps, partly hewn in the rock, partly built, everywhere breached and worn, which descend, all edgeless, in a manner amazingly precipitous, to the village of Mitsuura. With straw sandals, which never slip, the country folk can nimbly hurry up or down such a path. But with foreign footgear one slips at nearly every step, and when you reach the bottom at last, the wonder of how you managed to get there, even with the assistance of your faithful kurumaya, keeps you for a moment quite unconscious of the fact that you are already in Mitsuura. Section 2 Mitsuura stands with its back to the mountains, at the end of a small, deep bay hemmed in by very high cliffs. There is only one narrow strip of beach at the foot of the heights, and the village owes its existence to that fact, for beaches are rare on this part of the coast. Crowded between the cliffs and the sea, the houses have a painfully compressed aspect, and somehow the greater number give one the impression of things created out of wrecks of junks. The little streets, or rather alleys, are full of boats and skeletons of boats and boat timbers, and everywhere suspended from bamboo poles, much taller than the houses, immense bright brown fishing nets are drying in the sun. The whole curve of the beach is also lined with boats, lying side by side, so that I wonder how it will be possible to get to the water's edge without climbing over them. There is no hotel, but I find hospitality in a fisherman's dwelling, while my kurumaya goes somewhere to hire a boat for Kakaura. In less than 10 minutes there is a crowd of several hundred people about the house, half-clad adults and perfectly naked boys. They blockade the building, they obscure the light by filling up the doorways and climbing into the windows to look at the foreigner. The aged proprietor of the cottage protests in vain, says harsh things. The crowd only thickens. Then all the sliding screens are closed, but in the paper panes there are holes, and at the lower holes the curious take regular turns at peeping. At a higher hole I do some peeping myself. The crowd is not prepossessing. It is squalid, dull-featured, remarkably ugly, but it is gentle and silent, and there are 1 or 2 pretty faces in it, which seem extraordinary by reason of the general homeliness of the rest. At last my kurumaya has succeeded in making arrangements for a boat, and I effect a sortie to the beach, followed by the kurumaya and by all my besiegers. Boats have been moved to make a passage for us, and we embark without trouble of any sort. Our crew consists of 2 scullers, an old man at the stem, wearing only a rokushaku about his loins, and an old woman at the bow, fully robed and wearing an immense straw hat shaped like a mushroom. Both, of course, stand to their work, and it would be hard to say which is the stronger or more skillful sculler. We passengers squat oriental fashion upon a mat in the center of the boat, where a hibachi, well stocked with glowing charcoal, invites us to smoke. Section 3. The day is clear blue to the end of the world, with a faint wind from the east, barely enough to wrinkle the sea, certainly more than enough to move 3 hairs. Nevertheless, the boatwoman and the boatman do not seem anxious, and I begin to wonder whether the famous prohibition is not a myth. So delightful the transparent water looks, that before we have left the bay I have to yield to its temptation by plunging in and swimming after the boat. When I climb back on board, we are rounding the promontory on the right, and the little vessel begins to rock. Even under this thin wind, the sea is moving in long swells, and as we pass into the open, following the westward trend of the land, we find ourselves gliding over an ink-black depth, in front of one of the very grimmest coasts I ever saw. A tremendous line of dark iron-colored cliffs, towering sheer from the sea without a beach, and with never a speck of green below their summits, and here and there along this terrible front, monstrous beachlings, breaches, fissures, earthquake rendings, and topplings down. Enormous fractures show lines of strata pitched up skyward, or plunging down into the ocean, with a long fall of cubic miles of cliff, before fantastic gaps, prodigious masses of rock, of all nightmarish shapes, rise from profundities unfathomed. And though the wind today seems trying to hold its breath, white breakers are reaching far up the cliffs and dashing their foam into the faces of splintered crags. We are too far to hear the thunder of them, but their ominous sheet lightning fully explains to me the story of the 3 hares. Along this goblin coast, on a wild day, there would be no possible chance for the strongest swimmer, or the stoutest boat. There is no place for the foot, no hold for the hand, nothing but the sea raving against a precipice of iron. Even today, under the feeblest breath imaginable, great swells deluge us with spray as they splash past, and for 2 long hours this jagged frowning coast towers by, and, as we toil on, rocks rise around us like black teeth, and always, far away, the foam bursts gleam at the feet of the implacable cliffs. But there are no sounds save the lapping and plashing of passing swells, and the monotonous creaking of sculls upon their pegs of wood. At last, a bay, a beautiful large bay, with a demi-lune of soft green hills about it, overtopped by far blue mountains, and in the very farthest point of the bay, a miniature village, in front of which many junks are riding at anchor. Kakaura. But we do not go to Kakaura yet. The Kukedo are not there. We cross the broad opening of the bay, journey along another half-mile of ghastly sea precipice, and finally make for a lofty promontory of naked plutonic rock. We pass by its menacing foot, slip along its side, and lo! At an angle opens the arched mouth of a wonderful cavern, broad, lofty, and full of light, with no floor but the sea. Beneath us, as we slip into it, I can see rocks fully 20 feet down. The water is clear as air. This is Shinkukedo, called the New Cavern, though assuredly older than human record by 100,000 years. Section 4. A more beautiful sea cave could scarcely be imagined. The sea, tunneling the tall promontory through and through, has also, like a great architect, ribbed and groined and polished its mighty work. The arch of the entrance is certainly 20 feet above the deep water, and 15 wide, and trillions of wave tongues have licked the vault and walls into wondrous smoothness. As we proceed, the rock roof steadily heightens, and the way widens. Then we unexpectedly glide under a heavy shower of fresh water dripping from overhead. This spring is called the Ochozubachi, or Mitarashi. Note: such are the names given to the water vessels or cisterns at which Shinto worshippers must wash their hands or rinse their mouths ere praying to the kami. A mitarashi, or ochozubachi, is placed before every Shinto temple. The pilgrim to Shinkukedo-san should perform his ceremonial ablution at the little rock spring above described, before entering the sacred cave. Here even the gods of the cave are said to wash, after having passed through the seawater. End of note. Of Shinkukedo-san. From the high vault at this point, it is believed that a great stone will detach itself and fall upon any evil-hearted person who should attempt to enter the cave. I safely pass through the ordeal. Suddenly, as we advance, the boatwoman takes a stone from the bottom of the boat, and with it begins to rap heavily on the bow. And the hollow echoing is reiterated with thundering repercussions through all the cave. And in another instant, we pass into a great burst of light, coming from the mouth of a magnificent and lofty archway on the left, opening into the cavern at right angles. This explains the singular illumination of the long vault, which, at first, seemed to come from beneath. For while the opening was still invisible, all the water appeared to be suffused with light. Through this grand arch, between outlying rocks, a strip of beautiful green undulating coast appears, over miles of azure water. We glide on toward the third entrance to the Kukedo, opposite to that by which we came in, and entering the dwelling place of the kami and the hotoke, for this grotto is sacred both to Shinto and to Buddhist faith. Here the Kukedo reaches its greatest altitude and breadth. Its vault is fully 40 feet above the water, and its walls 30 feet apart. Far up on the right, near the roof, is a projecting white rock, and above the rock an orifice wherefrom a slow stream drips, seeming white as the rock itself. This is the legendary fountain of Jizo, the fountain of milk at which the souls of dead children drink. Sometimes it flows more swiftly, sometimes more slowly, but it never ceases by night or day. And mothers, suffering from want of milk, come hither to pray that milk may be given unto them, and their prayer is heard. And mothers having more milk than their infants need come hither also, and pray to Jizo that so much as they can give may be taken for the dead children, and their prayer is heard, and their milk diminishes. At least thus the peasants of Izumo say. And the echoing of the swells leaping against the rocks without, the rushing and rippling of the tide against the walls, the heavy rain of percolating water, sounds of lapping and gurgling and plashing, and sounds of mysterious origin coming from no visible where, make it difficult for us to hear each other speak. The cavern seems full of voices, as if a host of invisible beings were holding tumultuous converse. Below us, all the deeply lying rocks are naked to view, as if seen through glass. It seems to me that nothing could be more delightful than to swim through this cave and let oneself drift with the sea currents through all its cool shadows. But as I am on the point of jumping in, all the other occupants of the boat utter wild cries of protest. It is certain death! Men who jumped in here only 6 months ago were never heard of again. This is sacred water, Kami no Umi. And as if to conjure away my temptation, the boatwoman again seizes her little stone and raps fearfully upon the bow. On finding, however, that I am not sufficiently deterred by these stories of sudden death and disappearance, she suddenly screams into my ear the magical word, Same! Sharks! I have no longer any desire whatever to swim through the many-sounding halls of Shingukedo-san. I have lived in the tropics. And we start forthwith for Kyukukedo-san, the ancient cavern. Section 5. For the ghastly fancies about the Kami no Umi, the word Same afforded a satisfactory explanation. But why that long, loud, weird rapping on the bow with a stone evidently kept on board for no other purpose? There was an exaggerated earnestness about the action, which gave me an uncanny sensation. Something like that which moves a man while walking at night upon a lonesome road, full of queer shadows, to sing at the top of his voice. The boatwoman at first declares that the rapping was made only for the sake of the singular echo, but after some cautious further questioning, I discover a much more sinister reason for the performance. Moreover, I learn that all the seamen and seawomen of this coast do the same thing when passing through perilous places, or places believed to be haunted by the Ma. What are the Ma? Goblins. Section 6. From the caves of the Kami, we retrace our course for about 1/4 of a mile, then make directly for an immense perpendicular wrinkle in the long line of black cliffs. Immediately before it, a huge dark rock towers from the sea, whipped by the foam of breaking swells. Rounding it, we glide behind it into still water and shadow, the shadow of a monstrous cleft in the precipice of the coast. And suddenly, at an unsuspected angle, the mouth of another cavern yawns before us, and in another moment our boat touches its threshold of stone with a little shock that sends a long sonorous echo, like the echo of a temple drum, booming through all the abysmal place. A single glance tells me whither we have come. Far within the dusk, I see the face of a Jizo, smiling in pale stone, and before him, and all about him, a weird congregation of grey shapes without shape, a host of fantasticalities that strangely suggest the wreck of a cemetery. From the sea, the ribbed floor of the cavern slopes high through deepening shadows back to the black mouth of a farther grotto, and all that slope is covered with hundreds and thousands of forms, like shattered haka. But as the eyes grow accustomed to the gloaming, it becomes manifest that these were never haka. They are only little towers of stone and pebbles, deftly piled up by long and patient labor. Shinda kodomo no shigoto, my kurumaya murmurs with a compassionate smile. All this is the work of the dead children. And we disembark. By counsel, I take off my shoes and put on a pair of zori, or straw sandals provided for me, as the rock is extremely slippery. The others land barefoot, but how to proceed soon becomes a puzzle. The countless stone piles stand so close together that no space for the foot seems to be left between them. Mada michi ga arimasu, the boatwoman announces, leading the way. There is a path. Following after her, we squeeze ourselves between the wall of the cavern on the right and some large rocks, and discover a very, very narrow passage left open between the stone towers. But we are warned to be careful for the sake of the little ghosts. If any of their work be overturned, they will cry. So we move very cautiously and slowly across the cave to a space bare of stone heaps, where the rocky floor is covered with a thin layer of sand, detritus of a crumbling ledge above it. And in that sand I see light prints of little feet, children's feet, tiny naked feet, only 3 or 4 inches long, the footprints of the infant ghosts. Had we come earlier, the boatwoman says, we should have seen many more. For 'tis at night, when the soil of the cavern is moist with dews and drippings from the roof, that they leave their footprints upon it. But when the heat of the day comes, and the sand and the rocks dry up, the prints of the little feet vanish away. There are only 3 footprints visible, but these are singularly distinct. One points toward the wall of the cavern, the others toward the sea. Here and there upon ledges or projections of the rock, all about the cavern, tiny straw sandals, children's zori, are lying, offerings of pilgrims to the little ones, that their feet may not be wounded by the stones. But all the ghostly footprints are prints of naked feet. Then we advance, picking our way very, very carefully between the stone towers, toward the mouth of the inner grotto, and reach the statue of Jizo before it, a seated Jizo, carven in granite, holding in one hand the mystic jewel by virtue of which all wishes may be fulfilled, in the other his shakujo, or pilgrim's staff. Before him, strange condescension of Shinto faith, a little torii has been erected, and a pair of gohei. Evidently this gentle divinity has no enemies. At the feet of the lover of children's ghosts, both creeds unite in tender homage. I said feet, but this subterranean Jizo has only 1 foot. The carven lotus on which he reposes has been fractured and broken. 2 great petals are missing, and the right foot, which must have rested upon one of them, has been knocked off at the ankle. This, I learned upon inquiry, has been done by the waves. In times of great storm, the billows rush into the cavern like raging oni, and sweep all the little stone towers into shingle as they come, and dash the statues against the rocks. But always during the first still night after the tempest, the work is reconstructed as before. Hotoke ga shinpai shite, naki-naki tsuminaoshimasu. They make mourning, the hotoke, weeping. They pile up the stones again. They rebuild their towers of prayer. All about the black mouth of the inner grotto, the bone-colored rock bears some resemblance to a vast pair of yawning jaws. Downward from this sinister portal, the cavern floor slopes into a deeper and darker aperture, and within it, as one's eyes become accustomed to the gloom, a still larger vision of stone towers is disclosed, and beyond them, in a nook of the grotto, 3 other statues of Jizo smile, each one with a torii before it. Here I have the misfortune to upset first one stone pile, and then another, while trying to proceed. My kurumaya almost simultaneously ruins a third. To atone therefore, we must build 6 new towers, or double the number of those which we have cast down. And while we are thus busied, the boatwoman tells of 2 fishermen who remained in the cavern through all one night, and heard the humming of the viewless gathering, and sounds of speech, like the speech of children murmuring in multitude. Only at night do the shadowy children come to build their little stone heaps at the feet of Jizo, and it is said that every night the stones are changed. When I ask why they do not work by day, when there is none to see them, I am answered, Ohi-san. Note: August Fire Lady, or the August Sun Lady, Amaterasu o Mikami. End of note. Might see them, the dead exceedingly fear the Lady Sun. To the question, why do they come from the sea? I can get no satisfactory answer, but doubtless in the quaint imagination of this people, as also in that of many another, there lingers still the primitive idea of some communication, mysterious and awful, between the world of waters and the world of the dead, It is always over the sea, after the Feast of Souls, that the spirits pass murmuring back to their dim realm, in those elfish little ships of straw which are launched for them upon the 16th day of the 7th moon. Even when these are launched upon rivers, or when floating lanterns are set adrift upon lakes or canals to light the ghosts upon their way, or when a mother bereaved drops into some running stream 100 little prints of Jizo for the sake of her lost darling, the vague idea behind the pious act is that all waters flow to the sea, and the sea itself unto the nether distant land. Sometime, somewhere, this day will come back to me at night, with its visions and sounds, the dusky cavern, and its grey hosts of stone climbing back into darkness, and the faint prints of little naked feet, and the weirdly smiling images, and the broken syllables of the waters inward borne, multiplied by husky echoings, blending into one vast ghostly whispering, like the humming of the Sai no Kawara. And over the black blue bay we glide to the rocky beach of Kakaura. Section 8. As at Mitsuura, the water's edge is occupied by a serried line of fishing boats, each with its nose to the sea, and behind these are ranks of others, and it is only just barely possible to squeeze one's way between them over the beach to the drowsy, pretty, quaint little streets behind them. Everybody seems to be asleep when we first land. The only living creature visible is a cat, sitting on the stern of a boat, and even that cat, according to Japanese beliefs, might not be a real cat, but an obake or a nekomata, in short, a goblin cat, for it has a long tail. It is hard work to discover the solitary hotel. There are no signs, and every house seems a private house, either a fisherman's or a farmer's. But the little place is worth wandering about in. A kind of yellow stucco is here employed to cover the exterior of walls, and this light warm tint under the bright blue day gives to the miniature streets a more than cheerful aspect. When we do finally discover the hotel, we have to wait quite a good while before going in, for nothing is ready. Everybody is asleep or away, though all the screens and sliding doors are open. Evidently there are no thieves in Kakaura. The hotel is on a little hillock, and is approached from the main street, the rest are only miniature alleys, by 2 little flights of stone steps. Immediately across the way I see a Zen temple and a Shinto temple, almost side by side. At last a pretty young woman, naked to the waist, with a bosom like a naiad, comes running down the street to the hotel at a surprising speed, bowing low with a smile as she hurries by us into the house. This little person is the waiting maid of the inn, Okayo-san, name signifying years of bliss. Presently she reappears at the threshold, fully robed in a nice kimono, and gracefully invites us to enter, which we are only too glad to do. The room is neat and spacious. Shinto kakemono from Kitzuki are suspended in the toko and upon the walls, and in one corner I see a very handsome Zembutsudan, or household shrine. The form of the shrine, as well as the objects of worship therein, vary according to the sect of the worshippers. Suddenly I become aware that it is growing strangely dark, and looking about me perceive that all the doors and windows and other apertures of the inn are densely blocked up by a silent, smiling crowd which has gathered to look at me. I could not have believed there were so many people in Kakaura. In a Japanese house during the hot season, everything is thrown open to the breeze. All the shoji, or sliding paper screens, which serve for windows, and all the opaque paper screens, fusuma, used in other seasons to separate apartments, are removed. There is nothing left between floor and roof save the frame or skeleton of the building. The dwelling is literally unwalled, and may be seen through in any direction. The landlord, finding the crowd embarrassing, closes up the building in front. The silent, smiling crowd goes to the rear. The rear is also closed. Then the crowd masses to right and left of the house, and both sides have to be closed, which makes it insufferably hot, and the crowd make gentle protest. Wherefore our host, being displeased, rebukes the multitude with argument and reason, yet without lifting his voice. Never do these people lift up their voices in anger. And what he says I strive to translate with emphasis as follows. You as for outrageousness doing, what marvelous is? Theater is not, juggler is not, wrestler is not. What amusing is? Honorable guest this is. Now august to eat time is. To look at evil matter is. Honorable returning time in to look at as for is good. But outside, soft laughing voices continue to plead, pleading, shrewdly enough, only with the feminine portion of the family. The landlord's heart is less easily touched, and these two have their arguments. Oba-san, Okayo-san, shoji to open, condescend, want to see. Though we look at, think that by looking at is worn out it is not, so that not to hinder looking at is good. Hasten therefore to open. As for myself, I would gladly protest against this sealing up, for there is nothing offensive, nor even embarrassing in the gaze of these innocent, gentle people. But as the landlord seems to be personally annoyed, I do not like to interfere. The crowd, however, does not go away. It continues to increase, waiting for my exit, and there is one high window in the rear, of which the paper panes contain some holes, and I see shadows of little people climbing up to get to the holes. Presently there is an eye at every hole. When I approach the window, the peepers drop noiselessly to the ground, with little timid bursts of laughter, and run away. But they soon come back again. A more charming crowd could hardly be imagined. Nearly all boys and girls, half naked because of the heat, but fresh and clean as flower buds. Many of the faces are surprisingly pretty. There are but very few which are not extremely pleasing. But where are the men and the old women? Truly, this population seems not of Kakaura, but rather of the Sai no Kawara. The boys look like little Jizo. During dinner, I amuse myself by poking pears and little pieces of radish through the holes in the shoji. At first there is much hesitation and silvery laughter, but in a little while the silhouette of a tiny hand reaches up cautiously, and a pear vanishes away. Then a second pear is taken, without snatching, as softly as if a ghost had appropriated it. Thereafter hesitation ceases, despite the effort of one elderly woman to create a panic by crying out the word, "Mahotsukai!" wizard. By the time the dinner is over and the shoji removed, we have all become good friends. Then the crowd resumes its silent observation from the 4 cardinal points. I never saw a more striking difference in the appearance of 2 village populations than that between the youth of Mitsura and of Kaka. Yet the villages are but 2 hours sailing distance apart. In remoter Japan, as in certain islands of the West Indies, particular physical types are developed apparently among communities, but slightly isolated. On one side of a mountain a population may be remarkably attractive, while upon the other you may find a hamlet whose inhabitants are decidedly unprepossessing. But nowhere in this country have I seen a prettier genus than that of Kakaura. Returning time in to look at as for is good. As we descend to the bay, the whole of Kakaura, including even the long invisible ancients of the village, accompanies us, making no sound except the pattering of geta. Thus we are escorted to our boat. Into all the other craft drawn up on the beach, the younger folk clamber lightly and seat themselves upon the prows and the gunwales to gaze at the marvelous thing that by looking at worn out is not. And all smile, but say nothing, even to each other. Somehow the experience gives me the sensation of being asleep. It is so soft, so gentle, and so queer withal, just like things seen in dreams. And as we glide away over the blue lucent water, I look back to see the people all waiting and gazing still from the great semicircle of boats, all the slender brown child limbs dangling from the prows, all the velvety black heads motionless in the sun, all the boy faces smiling Jizo smiles, all the black, soft eyes still watching, tirelessly watching, the thing that by looking at worn out is not. And as the scene, too swiftly receding, diminishes to the width of a kakemono, I vainly wish that I could buy this last vision of it, to place it in my toko, and delight my soul betimes with gazing thereon. Yet another moment, and we round a rocky point, and Kakaura vanishes from my sight forever. So all things pass away. Assuredly, those impressions which longest haunt recollection are the most transitory. We remember many more instants than minutes, more minutes than hours, and who remembers an entire day? The sum of the remembered happiness of a lifetime is the creation of seconds. What is more fugitive than a smile? Yet, when does the memory of a vanished smile expire, or the soft regret which that memory may evoke? Regret for a single individual smile is something common to normal human nature, but regret for the smile of a population, for a smile considered as an abstract quality, is certainly a rare sensation, and one to be obtained, I fancy, only in this Orient land, whose people smile forever, like their own gods of stone. And this precious experience is already mine. I am regretting the smile of Kaka. Simultaneously there comes the recollection of a strangely grim Buddhist legend. Once the Buddha smiled, and by the wondrous radiance of that smile were countless worlds illuminated. But there came a voice saying, "It is not real, it cannot last," and the light passed. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. At Mionoseki. Seki wa yoi toko, asahi wo ukete, oyama arashi ga soyo soyo to. Song of Mionoseki. Seki is a goodly place, facing the morning sun. There, from the holy mountains, the winds blow softly. Soyo soyo to. Section 1. The god of Mionoseki hates eggs, hen's eggs. Likewise, he hates hens and chickens, and abhors the cock above all living creatures. And in Mionoseki there are no cocks or hens, or chickens or eggs. You could not buy a hen's egg in that place, even for 20 times its weight in gold. And no boat or junk or steamer could be hired to convey to Mionoseki so much as a feather of a chicken, much less an egg. Indeed, it is even held that if you have eaten eggs in the morning, you must not dare to visit Mionoseki until the following day. For the great deity of Mionoseki is a patron of mariners and the ruler of storms, and woe unto the vessel which bears unto his shrine even the odor of an egg. Once the tiny steamer which runs daily from Matsue to Mionoseki encountered some unexpectedly terrible weather on her outward journey, just after reaching the open sea. The crew insisted that something displeasing to Kotoshiro Nushi no Kami must have been surreptitiously brought on board. All the passengers were questioned in vain. Suddenly the captain discerned upon the stem of a little brass pipe which one of the men was smoking in the face of death like a true Japanese, the figure of a crowing cock. Needless to say, that pipe was thrown overboard. Then the angry sea began to grow calm, and the little vessel safely steamed into the holy port and cast anchor before the great torii of the shrine of the god. Section 2. Concerning the reason why the cock is thus detested by the great deity of Mionoseki and banished from his domain, diverse legends are told, but the substance of all of them is about as follows. As we read in the Kojiki, Kotoshiro Nushi no Kami, son of the great deity of Kitsuki, was wont to go to Cape Miho. Note: Mionoseki. End of note. To pursue birds and catch fish, and for other reasons also he used to absent himself from home at night, but had always to return before dawn. Now in those days the cock was his trusted servant, charged with the duty of crowing lustily when it was time for the god to return. But one morning the bird failed in its duty, and the god, hurrying back in his boat, lost his oars and had to paddle with his hands, and his hands were bitten by the wicked fishes. Now the people of Yasugi, a pretty little town on the lagoon of Nakaumi, through which we pass upon our way to Mionoseki, most devoutly worship the same Kotoshiro Nushi no Kami, and nevertheless, in Yasugi there are multitudes of cocks and hens and chickens, and the eggs of Yasugi could not be excelled for size and quality. And the people of Yasugi aver that one may better serve the deity by eating eggs than by doing as the people of Mionoseki do, for whenever one eats a chicken or devours an egg, one destroys the enemy of Kotoshiro Nushi no Kami. Section 3. From Matsue to Mionoseki by steamer is a charming journey in fair weather. After emerging from the beautiful lagoon of Nakaumi into the open sea, the little packet follows the long coast of Izumo to the left. Very lofty this coast is, all cliffs and hills rising from the sea, mostly green to their summits, and many cultivated in terraces, so as to look like green pyramids of steps. The bases of the cliffs are very rocky, and the curious wrinklings and corrugations of the coast suggest the work of ancient volcanic forces. Far away to the right, over blue still leagues of sea, appears the long low shore of Hoki, faint as a mirage, with its far beach like an endless white streak edging the blue level, and beyond it vapory lines of woods and cloudy hills, and over everything, looming into the high sky, the magnificent ghostly shape of Daisen, snow-streaked at its summit. So for perhaps an hour we steam on, between Hoki and Izumo, the rugged and broken green coast on our left, occasionally revealing some miniature hamlet sheltered in a wrinkle between two hills, the phantom coast on the right always unchanged. Then suddenly the little packet whistles, heads for a grim promontory to port, glides by its rocky foot, and enters one of the prettiest little bays imaginable, previously concealed from view. A shell-shaped gap in the coast, a semicircular basin of clear deep water, framed in by high corrugated green hills, all wood-clad. Around the edge of the bay, the quaintest of little Japanese cities, Mionoseki. There is no beach, only a semicircle of stone wharves, and above these the houses, and above these the beautiful green of the sacred hills, with a temple roof or two showing an angle through the foliage. From the rear of each house, steps descend to deep water, and boats are moored at all the back doors. We moor in front of the great temple, the Yaegaki-jinja. Its great paved avenue slopes to the water's edge, where boats are also moored at steps of stone. And looking up the broad approach, one sees a grand stone torii and colossal stone lanterns, and two magnificent sculptured lions, karashishi, seated upon lofty pedestals and looking down upon the people from a height of 15 feet or more. Beyond all this, the walls and gates of the outer temple court appear, and beyond them the roofs of the great Haiden, and the pierced projecting crossbeams of the loftier Go-myojin, the holy shrine itself, relieved against the green of the wooded hills. Picturesque junks are lying in ranks at anchor. There are two deep-sea vessels likewise, of modern build, ships from Osaka. And there is a most romantic little breakwater built of hewn stone, with a stone lantern perched at the end of it, and there is a pretty humped bridge connecting it with a tiny island on which I see a shrine of Benten, the goddess of waters. I wonder if I shall be able to get any eggs. Section 4. Unto the pretty waiting maiden of the inn Shimaya, I put this scandalous question, with an innocent face, but a remorseful heart. Ano ne, tamago wa arimasen ka? With the smile of a Kwannon, she makes reply, ahiro no tamago ga sukoshi gozarimasu. Delicious surprise. There augustly exist eggs of ducks, but there exist no ducks. For ducks could not find life worth living in a city where there is only deep sea water, and all the ducks' eggs come from Sakai. Section 5. This pretty little hotel, whose upper chambers overlook the water, is situated at one end, or nearly at one end, of the crescent of Mionoseki, and the Mio-jinja almost at the other, so that one must walk through the whole town to visit the temple, or else cross the harbor by boat. But the whole town is well worth seeing. It is so tightly pressed between the sea and the bases of the hills that there is only room for one real street, and this is so narrow that a man could anywhere jump from the second story of a house upon the waterside into the second story of the opposite house upon the land side. And it is as picturesque as it is narrow, with its awnings and polished balconies and fluttering figured draperies. From this main street several little ruelles slope to the water's edge, where they terminate in steps, and in all these miniature alleys long boats are lying, with their prows projecting over the edge of the wharves, as if eager to plunge in. The temptation to take to the water I find to be irresistible. Before visiting the Mio-jinja, I jump from the rear of our hotel into 12 feet of limpid sea and cool myself by a swim across the harbor. On the way to Mio-jinja, I notice in multitudes of little shops fascinating displays of baskets and utensils made of woven bamboo. Fine bamboo ware is indeed the meibutsu, the special product of Mionoseki, and almost every visitor buys some nice little specimen to carry home with him. The Mio-jinja is not in its architecture more remarkable than ordinary Shinto temples in Izumo, nor are its interior decorations worth describing in detail. Only the approach to it over the broad sloping space of level pavement under the granite torii and between the great lions and lamps of stone is noble. Within the courts proper there is not much to be seen except a magnificent tank of solid bronze weighing tons, which must have cost many thousands of yen. It is a votive offering. Of more humble ex-votos, there is a queer collection in the shamusho, or business building on the right of the Haiden, a series of quaintly designed and quaintly colored pictures, representing ships in great storms, being guided or aided to port by the power of Kotoshiro Nushi no Kami. These are gifts from ships. The ofuda are not so curious as those of other famous Izumo temples, but they are most eagerly sought for. Those strips of white paper bearing the deity's name and a few words of promise, which are sold for a few rin, are tied to rods of bamboo and planted in all the fields of the country round about. The most curious things sold are tiny packages of rice seeds. It is alleged that whatever you desire will grow from these rice seeds if you plant them uttering a prayer. If you desire bamboos, cotton plants, peas, lotus plants, or watermelons, it matters not. Only plant the seed and believe, and the desired crop will rise. Section 6. Much more interesting to me than the ofuda of the Mio-jinja are the yoraku, the pendant ex-votos in the Hojinji, a temple of the Zen sect which stands on the summit of the beautiful hill above the great Shinto shrine. Before an altar on which are ranged the images of the 33 Kwannons, the 33 forms of that goddess of mercy who represents the ideal of all that is sweet and pure in the Japanese maiden, a strange brightly colored mass of curious things may be seen, suspended from the carven ceiling. There are hundreds of balls of worsted and balls of cotton thread of all colors. There are skeins of silk and patterns of silk weaving and of cotton weaving. There are broidered purses in the shape of sparrows and other living creatures. There are samples of bamboo plating and countless specimens of needlework. All these are the votive offerings of school children, little girls only, to the maid mother of all grace and sweetness and pity. So soon as a baby girl learns something in the way of women's work, sewing or weaving or knitting or broidering, she brings her first successful effort to the temple as an offering to the gentle divinity, whose eyes are beautiful. She who looketh down above the sound of prayer. Even the infants of the Japanese kindergarten bring their first work here, pretty paper cuttings, scissored out and plaited into diverse patterns by their own tiny flower-soft hands. Section 7. Very sleepy and quiet by day is Mionoseki. Only at long intervals one hears laughter of children, or the chant of oarsmen rowing the most extraordinary boats I ever saw outside of the tropics. Boats heavy as barges, which require 10 men to move them. These stand naked to the work, wielding oars with cross handles. Imagine a letter T with the lower end lengthened out into an oar blade, and at every pull they push their feet against the gunwales to give more force to the stroke, intoning in every pause a strange refrain of which the soft melancholy calls back to me certain old Spanish Creole melodies heard in West Indian waters. Araho no san no sa, ya ho en ya, ki, ki. The chant begins with a long high note and descends by fractional tones with almost every syllable and faints away, alas, into an almost indistinguishable hum. Then comes the stroke. Gi, gi. But at night, Mionoseki is one of the noisiest and merriest little havens of western Japan. From one horn of its crescent to the other, the fires of the shokudai, which are the tall light of banquets, mirror themselves in the water, and the whole air palpitates with sounds of revelry. Everywhere one hears the booming of the tsuzumi, the little hand drums of the geisha, and sweet plaintive chants of girls, and tinkling of shamisen, and the measured clapping of hands in the dance, and the wild cries and laughter of the players at ken. And all these are but echoes of the diversions of sailors. Verily, the nature of sailors differs but little the world over. Every good ship which visits Mionoseki leaves there, so I am assured, from 300 to 500 yen for sake and for dancing girls. Much do these mariners pray the great deity, who hates eggs, to make calm the waters and favorable the winds, so that Mionoseki may be reached in good time without harm. But having come hither over an unruffled sea, with fair soft breezes all the way, small indeed is the gift which they give to the temple of the god, and marvelously large the sums which they pay unto geisha and keepers of taverns. But the god is patient and long-suffering, except in the matter of eggs. However, these Japanese seamen are very gentle compared with our own jack tars, and not without a certain refinement and politeness of their own. I see them sitting naked to the waist at their banquets, for it is very hot, but they use their chopsticks as daintily and pledge each other in sake almost as graciously as men of a better class. Likewise, they seem to treat their girls very kindly. It is quite pleasant to watch them feasting across the street. Perhaps their laughter is somewhat more boisterous and their gesticulation a little more vehement than those of the common citizens. But there is nothing resembling real roughness, much less rudeness. All become motionless and silent as statues. 15 fine bronzes ranged along the wall of the zashiki. Note: Zashiki, the best and largest room of a Japanese dwelling, the guest room of a private house, or the banquet room of a public inn. End of note. When some pretty geisha begins one of those histrionic dances which, to the Western stranger, seem at first mysterious as a performance of witchcraft, but which really are charming translations of legend and story into the language of living grace and the poetry of woman's smile. And as the wine flows, the more urbane becomes the merriment, until there falls upon all that pleasant sleepiness which sake brings, and the guests, one by one, smilingly depart. Nothing could be happier or gentler than their evening's joviality, yet sailors are considered in Japan an especially rough class. What would be thought of our own roughs in such a country? Well, I have been 14 months in Izumo, and I have not yet heard voices raised in anger, or witnessed a quarrel. Never have I seen one man strike another, or a woman bullied, or a child slapped. Indeed, I have never seen any real roughness anywhere that I have been in Japan, except at the open ports, where the poorer classes seem, through contact with Europeans, to lose their natural politeness, their native morals, even their capacity for simple happiness. Section 8. Last night I saw the seamen of old Japan. Today I shall see those of New Japan. An apparition in the offing has filled all this little port with excitement, an imperial man of war. Everybody is going out to look at her, and all the long boats that were lying in the alleys are already hastening, full of curious folk, to the steel colossus, a cruiser of the first class, with a crew of 500. I take passage in one of those astounding craft I mentioned before, a sort of barge propelled by 10 exceedingly strong naked men, wielding enormous oars, or rather sweeps with cross handles. But I do not go alone. Indeed, I can scarcely find room to stand. So crowded the boat is with passengers of all ages, especially women who are nervous about going to sea in an ordinary sampan. And a dancing girl jumps into the crowd at the risk of her life, just as we push off, and burns her arm against my cigar in the jump. I am very sorry for her, but she laughs merrily at my solicitude, and the rowers begin their melancholy somnolent song. Araho no san no sa, iaho en ya, ge, ge. It is a long pull to reach her, the beautiful monster, towering motionless there in the summer sea, with scarce a curling of thin smoke from the mighty lungs of her slumbering engines. And that somnolent song of our boatmen must surely have some ancient magic in it, for by the time we glide alongside, I feel as if I were looking at a dream. Strange as a vision of sleep indeed, this spectacle, the host of quaint craft hovering and trembling around that tremendous bulk, and all the long-robed, wide-sleeved multitude of the antique port, men, women, children, the grey and the young together, crawling up those mighty flanks in one ceaseless stream, like a swarming of ants, and all this with a great humming like the humming of a hive, a sound made up of low laughter and chattering in undertones, and subdued murmurs of amazement, for the colossus overawes them, this ship of the Tenshi-sama, the son of heaven, and they wonder like babies at the walls, and the turrets of steel, and the giant guns, and the mighty chains, and the stern bearing of the white uniformed hundreds looking down upon the scene without a smile over the iron bulwarks. Japanese those also, yet changed by some mysterious process into the semblance of strangers. Only the experienced eye could readily decide the nationality of those stalwart marines. But for the sight of the imperial arms in gold, and the glimmering ideographs upon the stern, one might well suppose oneself gazing at some Spanish or Italian ship of war manned by brown Latin men. I cannot possibly get on board. The iron steps are occupied by an endless chain of clinging bodies, blue-robed boys from school, and old men with grey queues, and fearless young mothers holding fast to the ropes, with overconfident babies strapped to their backs, and peasants and fishers and dancing girls. They are now simply sticking there like flies. Somebody has told them they must wait 15 minutes. So they wait with smiling patience, and behind them, in the fleet of high-prowed boats, hundreds more wait and wonder. But they do not wait for 15 minutes. All hopes are suddenly shattered by a stentorian announcement from the deck. "Mo jikan ga nai kara miseru koto dekimasen." The monster is getting up steam, going away. Nobody else will be allowed to come on board. And from the patient swarm of clingers to the hand ropes, and the patient waiters in the fleet of boats, there goes up one exceedingly plaintive and prolonged "ah" of disappointment, followed by artless reproaches in Izumo dialect. "Gunjin wa uso iwanu ka to omo ya. Usotsuki da na. Ah, so da na." War people, as for lies, never say, "That we thought." Ah, ah. Apparently the Gunjin are accustomed to such scenes, for they do not even smile. But we linger near the cruiser to watch the hurried descent of the sightseers into their boats, and the slow ponderous motion of the chain cables ascending, and the swarming of sailors down over the bows to fasten and unfasten mysterious things. One, bending head downwards, drops his white cap, and there is a race of boats for the honor of picking it up. A marine leaning over the bulwarks audibly observes to a comrade, "Ah, gaikoujin da na, nani shi ni kiteru daro?" The other vainly suggests, "Yasu no senkyoshi daro." My Japanese costume does not disguise the fact that I am an alien, but it saves me from the imputation of being a missionary. I remain an enigma. Then there are loud cries of "Abunai!" If the cruiser were to move now, there would be swamping and crushing and drowning unspeakable. All the little boats scatter and flee away. Our 10 naked oarsmen once more bend to their cross-handled oars and recommence their ancient melancholy song. And as we glide back, there comes to me the idea of the prodigious cost of that which we went forth to see, the magnificent horror of steel and steam, and all the multiple enginery of death, paid for by those humble millions who toil forever knee-deep in the slime of rice fields, yet can never afford to eat their own rice. Far cheaper must be the food they live upon, and nevertheless, merely to protect the little that they own, such nightmares must be called into existence, monstrous creations of science, mathematically applied to the ends of destruction. How delightful Mionoseki now seems, drowsing far off there under its blue tiles at the feet of the holy hills. Immemorial Mionoseki, with its lamps and lions of stone, and its god who hates eggs. Pretty fantastic Mionoseki, where all things, save the schools, are medieval still. The high-pooped junks, and the long-nosed boats, and the plaintive chants of oarsmen. "Ara ho no san no sa, ya ho en ya, gi, gi." And we touch the mossed and ancient wharves of stone again. Over 1 mile of lucent sea we have floated back 1,000 years. I turn to look at that place of that sinister vision, and lo, there is nothing there, only the level blue of the flood under the hollow blue of the sky, and, just beyond the promontory, one far, small white speck, the sail of a junk. The horizon is naked, gone, but how soundlessly, how swiftly! She makes 19 knots, and oh, Kotoshiro Nushi no Kami, there probably existed eggs on board. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Notes on Kitzuki. Section 1. Kitzuki, July 20, 1891. Akira is no longer with me. He has gone to Kyoto, the holy Buddhist city, to edit a Buddhist magazine, and I already feel without him like one who has lost his way. Despite his reiterated assurances that he could never be of much service to me in Izumo, as he knew nothing about Shinto. But for the time being, I am to have plenty of company at Kitzuki, where I am spending the first part of the summer holidays, for the little city is full of students and teachers who know me. Kitzuki is not only the holiest place in the San-Indo, it is also the most fashionable bathing resort. The beach at Inasa Bay is one of the best in all Japan. The beach hotels are spacious, airy, and comfortable, and the bathing houses, with hot and cold freshwater baths in which to wash off the brine after a swim, are simply faultless. And in fair weather, the scenery is delightful as you look out over the summer space of sea. Closing the bay on the right, there reaches out from the hills overshadowing the town a mighty, rugged, pine-clad spur, the Kitzuki Promontory. On the left, a low, long range of mountains serrate the horizon beyond the shore sweep, with one huge vapory shape towering blue into the blue sky behind them, the truncated silhouette of Sanbei-yama. Before you, the Japanese sea touches the sky, and there, upon still, clear nights, there appears a horizon of fire, the torches of hosts of fishing boats riding at anchor 3 and 4 miles away, so numerous that their lights seem to the naked eye a band of unbroken flame. The Guji has invited me and one of my friends to see a great harvest dance at his residence on the evening of the festival of Tenjin. This dance, Honnen Odori, is peculiar to Izumo, and the opportunity to witness it in this city is a rare one, as it is going to be performed only by order of the Guji. The robust pontiff himself loves the sea quite as much as anyone in Kitsuki, yet he never enters a beach hotel, much less a public bathing house. For his use alone, a special bathing house has been built upon a ledge of the cliff overhanging the little settlement of Inasa. It is approached by a narrow pathway shadowed by pine trees, and there is a torii before it, and shimenawa. To this little house the Guji ascends daily during the bathing season, accompanied by a single attendant who prepares his bathing dresses and spreads the clean mats upon which he rests after returning from the sea. The Guji always bathes robed. No one but himself and his servant ever approaches the little house, which commands a charming view of the bay. Public reverence for the pontiff's person has made even his resting place holy ground. As for the country folk, they still worship him with hearts and bodies. They have ceased to believe, as they did in former times, that anyone upon whom the Kokuzo fixes his eye at once becomes unable to speak or move. But when he passes among them through the temple court, they still prostrate themselves along his way, as before the Ikigami. Kitsuki, July 23rd. Always, through the memory of my first day at Kitsuki, there will pass the beautiful white apparition of the Miko, with her perfect passionless face, and strange, gracious, soundless tread, as of a ghost. Her name signifies the pet or the darling of the gods, Miko. The kind Guji, at my earnest request, procured me, or rather, had taken for me, a photograph of the Miko, in the attitude of her dance, upholding the mystic Suzu, and wearing over her crimson hakama the snowy priestess robe descending to her feet. And the learned priest Sasa told me these things concerning the pet of the gods and the Miko Kagura, which is the name of her sacred dance. Contrary to the custom at the other great Shinto temples of Japan, such as Ise, the office of Miko at Kitsuki has always been hereditary. Formerly, there were in Kitsuki more than 30 families whose daughters served the Ooyashiro as Miko. Today, there are but 2, and the number of virgin priestesses do not exceed 6, the one whose portrait I obtained being the chief. At Ise and elsewhere, the daughter of any Shinto priest may become a Miko, but she cannot serve in that capacity after becoming nubile, so that, except in Kitsuki, the Miko of all the greater temples are children from 10 to 12 years of age. But at the Kitsuki Ooyashiro, the maiden priestesses are beautiful girls of between 16 and 19 years of age, and sometimes a favorite Miko is allowed to continue to serve the gods even after having been married. The sacred dance is not difficult to learn. The mother or sister teaches it to the child destined to serve in the temple. The Miko lives at home and visits the temple only upon festival days to perform her duties. She is not placed under any severe discipline or restrictions. She takes no special vows. She risks no dreadful penalties for ceasing to remain a virgin, but her position being one of high honor and a source of revenue to her family, the ties which bind her to duty are scarcely less cogent than those vows taken by the priestesses of the antique Occident. Like the priestesses of Delphi, the Miko was in ancient times also a divineress, a living oracle, uttering the secrets of the future when possessed by the god whom she served. At no temple does the Miko now act as sibyl, oracular priestess, or divineress, but there still exists a class of divining women who claim to hold communication with the dead and to foretell the future, and who call themselves Miko, practicing their profession secretly, for it has been prohibited by law. In the various great Shinto shrines of the empire, the Miko Kagura is differently danced. In Kitzuki, most ancient of all, the dance is the most simple and the most primitive, its purpose being to give pleasure to the gods. Religious conservatism has preserved its traditions and steps unchanged since the period of the beginning of the faith. The origin of this dance is to be found in the Kojiki legend of the dance of Ame no Zume no Mikoto, she by whose mirth and song the sun goddess was lured from the cavern into which she had retired and brought back to illuminate the world, and the Suzu, the strange bronze instrument with its cluster of bells which the Miko uses in her dance, still preserves the form of that bamboo spray to which Ame no Uzume no Mikoto fastened small bells with grass ere beginning her mirthful song. Section 4. Behind the library in the rear of the great shrine, there stands a more ancient structure, which is still called the Miko Yashiki, or dwelling place of the Miko. Here in former times, all the maiden priestesses were obliged to live under a somewhat stricter discipline than now. By day, they could go out where they pleased, but they were under obligation to return at night to the yashiki before the gates of the court were closed, for it was feared that the pets of the gods might so far forget themselves as to condescend to become the darlings of adventurous mortals. Nor was the fear at all unreasonable, for it was the duty of a Miko to be singularly innocent as well as beautiful. And one of the most beautiful Miko who belonged to the service of the Oyashiro did actually so fall from grace, giving to the Japanese world a romance which you can buy in cheap printed form at any large bookstore in Japan. Her name was Okuni, and she was the daughter of one Nakamura Mongoro of Kitzuki, where her descendants still live at the present day. While serving as dancer in the great temple, she fell in love with a ronin named Nagoya Sanza, a desperate, handsome vagabond with no fortune in the world but his sword, and she left the temple secretly and fled away with her lover toward Kyoto. All this must have happened not less than 300 years ago. On their way to Kyoto, they met another ronin, whose real name I have not been able to learn. For a moment, only this wave man figures in the story, and immediately vanishes into the eternal night of death and all forgotten things. It is simply recorded that he desired permission to travel with them, that he became enamored of the beautiful Miko, and excited the jealousy of her lover to such an extent that a desperate duel was the result, in which Sanza slew his rival. Thereafter, the fugitives pursue their way to Kyoto without other interruption. Whether the fair Okuni had by this time found ample reason to regret the step she had taken, we cannot know, but from the story of her afterlife, it would seem that the face of the handsome ronin who had perished through his passion for her became a haunting memory. We next hear of her in a strange role at Kyoto. Her lover appears to have been utterly destitute, for, in order to support him, we find her giving exhibitions of the Miko Kagura in the Shijo Kawara, which is the name given to a portion of the dry bed of the river Kamagawa, doubtless the same place in which the terrible executions by torture took place. She must have been looked upon by the public of that day as an outcast, but her extraordinary beauty seems to have attracted many spectators, and to have proved more than successful as an exhibition. Sanza's purse became well filled, yet the dance of Okuni in the Shijo Kawara was nothing more than the same dance which the Miko of Kitsuki dance today in their crimson hakama and snowy robes, a graceful gliding walk. The pair next appear in Tokyo, or as it was then called, Edo, as actors. Okuni, indeed, is universally credited by tradition with having established the modern Japanese stage, the first profane drama. Before her time, only religious plays of Buddhist authorship seems to have been known. Sanza himself became a popular and successful actor under his sweetheart's tuition. He had many famous pupils, among them the great Saruwaka, who subsequently founded a theater in Edo, and the theater called after him, Saruwakaza, in the street Saruwakacho, remains even unto this day. But since the time of Okuni, women have been, at least until very recently, excluded from the Japanese stage, their parts, as among the old Greeks, being taken by men or boys so effeminate in appearance and so skillful in acting that the keenest observer could never detect their sex. Nagoya Sanza died many years before his companion. Okuni then returned to her native place, to ancient Kitzuki, where she cut off her beautiful hair and became a Buddhist nun. She was learned for her century and especially skillful in that art of poetry called renga, and this art she continued to teach until her death. With the small fortune she had earned as an actress, she built in Kitzuki the little Buddhist temple called Rengaji, in the very heart of the quaint town, so called because there she taught the art of renga. Now, the reason she built the temple was that she might therein always pray for the soul of the man whom the sight of her beauty had ruined, and whose smile perhaps had stirred something within her heart whereof Sanza never knew. Her family enjoyed certain privileges for several centuries because she had founded the whole art of the Japanese stage, and until so recently as the Restoration, the chief of the descendants of Nakamura Mongoro was always entitled to a share in the profits of the Kitsuki theater and enjoyed the title of Zamoto. The family is now, however, very poor. I went to see the little temple of Rengaji and found that it had disappeared. Until within a few years it used to stand at the foot of the great flight of stone steps leading to the second Kwannon-dera, the most imposing temple of Kwannon in Kitsuki. Nothing now remains of the Rengaji but a broken statue of Jizo, before which the people still pray. The former court of the little temple has been turned into a vegetable garden, and the material of the ancient building utilized, irreverently enough, for the construction of some petty cottages now occupying its site. A peasant told me that the kakemono and other sacred objects had been given to the neighboring temple, where they might be seen. Section 5. Not far from the site of the Rengaji, in the grounds of the great Hakaba of the Kwannon-dera, there stands a most curious pine. The trunk of the tree is supported not on the ground, but upon 4 colossal roots, which lift it up at such an angle that it looks like a thing walking upon 4 legs. Trees of singular shape are often considered to be the dwelling places of kami, and the pine in question affords an example of this belief. A fence has been built around it, and a small shrine placed before it, prefaced by several small torii, and many poor people may be seen at almost any hour of the day praying to the kami of the place. Before the little shrine, I notice, beside the usual Kitsuki ex voto of seaweed, several little effigies of horses made of straw. Why these offerings of horses of straw? It appears that the shrine is dedicated to Koshin, the Lord of Roads, and those who are anxious about the health of their horses pray to the road god to preserve their animals from sickness and death, at the same time bringing these straw effigies in token of their desire. But this role of veterinarian is not commonly attributed to Koshin, and it appears that something in the fantastic form of the tree suggested the idea. Section 6. Kitsuki, July 24th. Within the first court of the Ooyashiro and to the left of the chief gate stands a small timber structure, ashen-colored with age, shaped like a common miya or shrine. To the wooden gratings of its closed doors are knotted many of those white papers upon which are usually written vows or prayers to the gods. But on peering through the grating, one sees no Shinto symbols in the dimness within. It is a stable, and there in the central stall is a superb horse looking at you. Japanese horseshoes of straw are suspended to the wall behind him. He does not move. He is made of bronze. Upon inquiring of the learned priest Sasa the story of this horse, I was told the following curious things. On the 11th day of the 7th month, by the ancient calendar, note, 14th of August, end of note, falls the strange festival called Minige, or the body escaping. Upon that day, 'tis said that the great deity of Kitzuki leaves his shrine to pass through all the streets of the city and along the seashore, after which he enters into the house of the Kokuzo. Wherefore upon that day the Kokuzo was always wont to leave his house, and at the present time, though he does not actually abandon his home, he and his family retire into certain apartments, so as to leave the larger part of the dwelling free for the use of the god. This retreat of the Kokuzo is still called the Minige. Now, while the great deity O-Kuni Nushi no Kami is passing through the streets, he is followed by the highest Shinto priest of the shrine, this Kannushi having been formerly called Bekuwa. The word Bekuwa means special or sacred fire, and the chief Kannushi was so called because for a week before the festival he had been nourished only with special food cooked with a sacred fire, so that he might be pure in the presence of the god. And the office of Bekuwa was hereditary, and the appellation at last became a family name. But he who performs the rite today is no longer called Bekuwa. Now, while performing his function, if the Bekuwa met anyone upon the street, he ordered him to stand aside with the words, "Dog, give way." And the common people believe, and still believe, that anybody thus spoken to by the officiating Kannushi would be changed into a dog. So on that day of the Minige, nobody used to go out into the streets after a certain hour, and even now very few of the people of the little city leave their homes during the festival. Note: in the pretty little seaside hotel in Abaya, where I lived during my stay in Kitsuki, the kind old hostess begged her guests with almost tearful earnestness not to leave her house during the Minige. End of note. And having followed the deity through all the city, the Bekuwa used to perform between 2 and 3 o'clock in the darkness of the morning some secret rite by the seaside. I am told this rite is still annually performed at the same hour, but except the Bekuwa himself, no man might be present, and it was believed, and is still believed by the common people, that were any man by mischance to see the rite, he would instantly fall dead, or become transformed into an animal. So sacred was the secret of that rite that the Bekuwa could not even utter it until after he was dead, to his successor in office. Therefore, when he died, the body was laid upon the matting of a certain inner chamber of the temple, and the son was left alone with the corpse, after all the doors had been carefully closed. Then, at a certain hour of the night, the soul returned into the body of the dead priest, and he lifted himself up and whispered the awful secret into the ear of his son, and fell back dead again. But what, you may ask, has all this to do with the horse of bronze? Only this: upon the festival of the Minige, the great deity of Kitsuki rides through the streets of his city upon the horse of bronze. Section 7. The horse of bronze, however, is far from being the only statue in Izumo which is believed to run about occasionally at night. At least a score of other artistic things are, or have been, credited with similar ghastly inclinations. The great carven dragon which writhes above the entrance of the Kitsuki Haiden used, I am told, to crawl about the roofs at night, until a carpenter was summoned to cut its wooden throat with a chisel, after which it ceased its perambulations. You can see for yourself the mark of the chisel on its throat. At the splendid Shinto temple of Kasuga in Matsue, there are 2 pretty life-size bronze deer, stag and doe, the heads of which seem to me to have been separately cast and subsequently riveted very deftly to the bodies. Nevertheless, I have been assured by some good country folk that each figure was originally a single casting, but that it was afterwards found necessary to cut off the heads of the deer to make them keep quiet at night. But the most unpleasant customer of all this uncanny fraternity to have encountered after dark was certainly the monster tortoise of Gesshoji Temple in Matsue, where the tombs of the Matsudairas are. This stone colossus is almost 17 feet in length and lifts its head 6 feet from the ground. On its now broken back stands a prodigious cubic monolith about 9 feet high, bearing a half-obliterated inscription. Fancy, as Izumo folks did, this mortuary incubus staggering abroad at midnight, and its hideous attempts to swim in the neighboring lotus pond. Well, the legend runs that its neck had to be broken in consequence of this awful misbehavior, but really the thing looks as if it could only have been broken by an earthquake. Section 8. Kitzuki, July 25th. At the Oyashiro, it is the annual festival of the god of scholarship, the god of calligraphy, Tenjin. Here in Kitzuki, the festival of the divine scribe, the Tenjin Matsuri, is still observed according to the beautiful old custom which is being forgotten elsewhere. Long ranges of temporary booths have been erected within the outer court of the temple, and in these are suspended hundreds of long white tablets bearing specimens of calligraphy. Every schoolboy in Kitzuki has a sample of his best writing on exhibition. The texts are written only in Chinese characters, not in hiragana or katakana, and are mostly drawn from the works of Confucius or Mencius. To me, this display of ideographs seems a marvelous thing of beauty, almost a miracle indeed, since it is all the work of very, very young boys. Rightly enough, the word to write, kaku, in Japanese, signifies also to paint in the best artistic sense. I once had an opportunity of studying the result of an attempt to teach English children the art of writing Japanese. These children were instructed by a Japanese writing master. They sat upon the same bench with Japanese pupils of their own age, beginners likewise. But they could never learn like the Japanese children. The ancestral tendencies within them rendered vain the efforts of the instructor to teach them the secret of a shapely stroke with the brush. It is not the Japanese boy alone who writes. The fingers of the dead move his brush, guide his strokes. Beautiful, however, as this writing seems to me, it is far from winning the commendation of my Japanese companion, himself a much experienced teacher. The greater part of this work, he declares, is very bad. While I am still bewildered by this sweeping criticism, he points out to me one tablet inscribed with rather small characters, adding, "Only that is tolerably good." Why, I venture to observe, that one would seem to have cost much less trouble. The characters are so small. "Oh, the size of the characters has nothing to do with the matter," interrupts the master. "It is a question of form." "Then I cannot understand. What you call very bad seems to me exquisitely beautiful." "Of course you cannot understand," the critic replies. "It would take you many years of study to understand. And even then..." "And even then?" "Well, even then you could only partly understand." Thereafter, I hold my peace on the topic of calligraphy. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Notes on Kitzuki. Section 9. Vast as the courts of the Oyashiro are, the crowd within them is now so dense that one must move very slowly, for the whole population of Kitzuki and its environs has been attracted here by the Matsuri. All are making their way very gently toward a little shrine built upon an island in the middle of an artificial lake and approached by a narrow causeway. This little shrine, which I see now for the first time, Kitzuki Temple being far too large a place to be all seen and known in a single visit, is the shrine of Tenjin. As the sound of a waterfall is the sound of the clapping of hands before it, and myriads of nin and bushels of handfuls of rice are being dropped into the enormous wooden chest there placed to receive the offerings. Fortunately, this crowd, like all Japanese crowds, is so sympathetically yielding that it is possible to traverse it slowly in any direction, and thus to see all there is to be seen. After contributing my mite to the coffer of Tenjin, I devote my attention to the wonderful display of toys in the outer courts. At almost every temple festival in Japan, there is a great sale of toys, usually within the court itself, a miniature street of small booths being temporarily erected for this charming commons. Every matsuri is a children's holiday. No mother would think of attending a temple festival without buying her child a toy. Even the poorest mother can afford it, for the price of the toys sold in a temple court varies from 1/5 of 1 sen. Note: there are 10 rin to 1 sen and 10 mon to 1 rin, on 100 to 1 sen. The majority of the cheap toys sold at the matsuri cost from 2 to 9 rin. The rin is a circular copper coin with a square hole in the middle for stringing purposes. End of note. Or Japanese cent to 3 or 4 sen. Toys worth so much as 5 sen being rarely displayed at these little shops. But cheap as they are, these frail playthings are full of beauty and suggestiveness, and to one who knows and loves Japan, infinitely more interesting than the costliest inventions of a Parisian toy manufacturer. Many of them, however, would be utterly incomprehensible to an English child. Suppose we peep at a few of them. Here is a little wooden mallet, with a loose tiny ball fitted into a socket at the end of the handle. This is for the baby to suck. On either end of the head of the mallet is painted the mystic tomoe, the Chinese symbol resembling 2 huge commas so united as to make a perfect circle, which you may have seen on the title page of Mr. Lowell's beautiful Soul of the Far East. To you, however, this little wooden mallet would seem in all probability just a little wooden mallet and nothing more. But to the Japanese child, it is full of suggestions. It is the mallet of the great deity of Kitzuki, O Kuni Nushi no Kami, vulgarly called Daikoku, the god of wealth, who, by one stroke of his hammer, gives fortune to his worshippers. Perhaps this tiny drum, of a form never seen in the Occident, tsuzumi, or this larger drum, with a mitsudomoe, or triple comma symbol, painted on each end, might seem to you without religious signification. But both are models of drums used in the Shinto and the Buddhist temples. This queer tiny table is a miniature sambo. It is upon such a table that offerings are presented to the gods. This curious cap is a model of the cap of a Shinto priest. Here is a toy miya, or Shinto shrine, 4 inches high. This bunch of tiny tin bells attached to a wooden handle might seem to you something corresponding to our Occidental tin rattles, but it is a model of the sacred suzu used by the virgin priestess in her dance before the gods. This face of a smiling chubby girl with 2 spots upon her forehead, a mask of baked clay, is the traditional image of Ame no Uzume no Mikoto, commonly called Otafuku, whose merry laughter lured the goddess of the sun out of the cavern of darkness. And here is a little Shinto priest in full hieratic garb. When this little string between his feet is pulled, he claps his hands as if in prayer. Hosts of other toys are here, mysterious to the uninitiated European, but to the Japanese child full of delightful religious meaning. In these faiths of the Far East, there is little of sternness or grimness. The kami are but the spirits of the fathers of the people. The Buddhas and the Bosatsu were men. Happily, the missionaries have not succeeded as yet in teaching the Japanese to make religion a dismal thing. These gods smile forever. If you find one who frowns, like Fudo, the frown seems but half in earnest. It is only Emma, the Lord of Death, who somewhat appalls. Why religion should be considered too awful a subject for children to amuse themselves decently with never occurs to the common Japanese mind. So here we have images of the gods and saints for toys. Tenjin, the deity of beautiful writing, and Uzume, the laughter-loving, and Fukusuke, like a happy schoolboy, and the 7 divinities of good luck in a group, and Fukurojin, the god of longevity, with heads so elongated that only by the aid of a ladder can his barber shave the top of it, and Hote, with a belly round and huge as a balloon, and Ebisu, the deity of markets and of fishermen, with a tie fish under his arm, and Daruma, ancient disciple of Buddha, whose legs were worn off by uninterrupted meditation. Here likewise are many toys which a foreigner could scarcely guess the meaning of, although they have no religious signification. Such is this little badger, represented as drumming upon its own belly with both forepaws. The badger is believed to be able to use its belly like a drum, and is credited by popular superstition with various supernatural powers. This toy illustrates a pretty fairy tale about some hunter who spared a badger's life and was rewarded by the creature with a wonderful dinner and a musical performance. Here is a hare sitting on the end of the handle of a wooden pestle, which is set horizontally upon a pivot. By pulling a little string, the pestle is made to rise and fall as if moved by the hare. If you have been even a week in Japan, you will recognize the pestle as the pestle of a kometsuki, or rice cleaner, who works it by treading on the handle. But what is the hare? This hare is the hare in the moon, called Usagi no Kometsuki. If you look up at the moon on a clear night, you can see him cleaning his rice. Now let us see what we can discover in the way of cheap ingenuities. Tombo, the dragonfly, merely 2 bits of wood joined together in the form of a T. The lower part is a little round stick, about as thick as a match, but twice as long. The upper piece is flat and streaked with paint. Unless you are accustomed to look for secrets, you will scarcely be able to notice that the flat piece is trimmed along 2 edges at a particular angle. Twirl the lower piece rapidly between the palms of both hands and suddenly let it go. At once, the strange toy rises revolving in the air, then sails away slowly to quite a distance, performing extraordinary gyrations and imitating exactly, to the eye at least, the hovering motion of a dragonfly. Those little streaks of paint you noticed upon the top piece now reveal their purpose. As the tombo darts hither and thither, even the tints appear to be those of a real dragonfly, and even the sound of the flitting toy imitates the dragonfly's hum. The principle of this pretty invention is much like that of the boomerang, and an expert can make his tombo, after flying across a large room, return into his hand. All the tombo sold, however, are not as good as this one. We have been lucky. Price 1/10 of 1 cent. Here is a toy which looks like a bow of bamboo strung with wire. The wire, however, is twisted into a corkscrew spiral. On this spiral, a pair of tiny birds are suspended by a metal loop. When the bow is held perpendicularly with the birds at the upper end of the string, they descend whirling by their own weight, as if circling round one another, and the twittering of 2 birds is imitated by the sharp grating of the metal loop upon the spiral wire. One bird flies head upward, and the other tail upward. As soon as they have reached the bottom, reverse the bow, and they will recommence their wheeling flight. Price 2 cents, because the wire is dear. Osaru, the honorable monkey. Note: why the monkey is so respectfully mentioned in polite speech, I do not exactly know, but I think that the symbolical relation of the monkey, both to Buddhism and to Shinto, may perhaps account for the use of the prefix o, honorable, before its name. End of note. A little cotton monkey with a blue head and a scarlet body, hugging a bamboo rod. Under him is a bamboo spring, and when you press it, he runs up to the top of the rod. Price 1/8 of 1 cent. Osaru, another honorable monkey. This one is somewhat more complex in his movements and costs a cent. He runs up a string, hand over hand, when you pull his tail. Torikago, a tiny gilded cage with a bird in it and plum flowers. Press the edges of the bottom of the cage, and a minuscule wind instrument imitates the chirping of the bird. Price 1 cent. Karuwazashi, the acrobat, a very loose-jointed wooden boy clinging with both hands to a string stretched between two bamboo sticks, which are curiously rigged together in the shape of an open pair of scissors. Press the ends of the sticks at the bottom, and the acrobat tosses his legs over the string, seats himself upon it, and finally turns a somersault. Price 1/6 of 1 cent. Kobiki, the sawyer, a figure of a Japanese workman, wearing only a fundoshi about his loins, and standing on a plank, with a long saw in his hands. If you pull a string below his feet, he will go to work in good earnest, sawing the plank. Notice that he pulls the saw towards him, like a true Japanese, instead of pushing it from him, as our own carpenters do. Price 1/10 of 1 cent. Chienoita, the intelligent boards, or better, perhaps, the planks of intelligence, a sort of chain composed of about a dozen flat square pieces of white wood, linked together by ribbons. Hold the thing perpendicularly by one end piece, then turn the piece at right angles to the chain, and immediately all the other pieces tumble over each other in the most marvelous way without unlinking. Even an adult can amuse himself for half an hour with this. It is a perfect trompe-l'oeil in mechanical adjustment. Price 1 cent. Kitsune tanuki, a funny flat paper mask with closed eyes. If you pull a pasteboard slip behind it, it will open its eyes and put out a tongue of surprising length. Price 1/6 of 1 cent. Chin, a little white dog with a collar around its neck. It is in the attitude of barking. From a Buddhist point of view, I should think this toy somewhat immoral, for when you slap the dog's head, it utters a sharp yelp, as of pain. Price 1 sen and 5 rin. Rather dear. Fuki agari koboshi, the wrestler invincible. This is still dearer, for it is made of porcelain and very nicely colored. The wrestler squats upon his hams. Push him down in any direction. He always returns of his own accord to an erect position. Price 2 sen. Oroga heika kodomo, the child reverencing His Majesty the Emperor, a Japanese schoolboy with an accordion in his hands, singing and playing the national anthem, or kimiga. There is a little wind bellows at the bottom of the toy, and when you operate it, the boy's arms move as if playing the instrument, and the shrill small voice is heard. Price 1 cent and a half. Jishaku. This, like the preceding, is quite a modern toy. A small wooden box containing a magnet and a tiny top made of a red wooden button with a steel nail driven through it. Set the top spinning with a twirl of the fingers, then hold the magnet over the nail, and the top will leap up to the magnet and there continue to spin, suspended in air. Price 1 cent. It would require at least a week to examine them all. Here is a model spinning wheel, absolutely perfect, for 1/5 of 1 cent. Here are little clay tortoises, which swim about when you put them into water. 1 rin for 2. Here is a box of toy soldiers, samurai in full armor, 9 rin only. Here is a kaze kuruma, or wind wheel, a wooden whistle with a paper wheel mounted before the orifice by which the breath is expelled, so that the wheel turns furiously when the whistle is blown. 3 rin. Here is an ogi, a sort of tiny quadruple fan sliding in a sheath. When expanded, it takes the shape of a beautiful flower. 1 rin. The most charming of all these things to me, however, is a tiny doll, Ohina-san, Honorable Miss Hina, or Beppin, beautiful woman. The body is a phantom only, a flat stick covered with a paper kimono, but the head is really a work of art. A pretty oval face with softly shadowed oblique eyes, looking shyly downward, and a wonderful maiden coiffure, in which the hair is arranged in bands and volutes and ellipses and convolutions and foliole curlings, most beautiful and extraordinary. In some respects, this toy is a costume model, for it imitates exactly the real coiffure of Japanese maidens and brides. But the expression of the face of the beppin is, I think, the great attraction of the toy. There is a shy, plaintive sweetness about it, impossible to describe, but deliciously suggestive of a real Japanese type of girl beauty. Yet the whole thing is made out of little crumpled paper, colored with a few dashes of the brush by an expert hand. There are no two ohina-san exactly alike out of millions. And when you have become familiar by long residence with Japanese types, any such doll will recall to you some pretty face that you have seen. These are for little girls. Price 5 rin. Section 10. Here let me tell you something you certainly never heard of before in relation to Japanese dolls. Not the tiny ohina-san I was just speaking about, but the beautiful life-size dolls representing children of 2 or 3 years old. Real toy babes, which, although far more cheaply and simply constructed than our finer kinds of Western dolls, become, under the handling of a Japanese girl, infinitely more interesting. Such dolls are well-dressed and look so lifelike, little slanting eyes, shaven pates, smiles, and all, that, as seen from a short distance, the best eyes might be deceived by them. Therefore, in those stock photographs of Japanese life, of which so many thousands are sold in the open ports, the conventional baby on the mother's back is most successfully represented by a doll. Even the camera does not betray the substitution. And if you see such a doll, though held quite close to you, being made by a Japanese mother, to reach out his hands, to move its little bare feet, and to turn its head, you would be almost afraid to venture a heavy wager that it was only a doll. Even after having closely examined the thing, you would still, I fancy, feel a little nervous at being left alone with it, so perfect the delusion of that expert handling. Now there is a belief that some dolls do actually become alive. Formerly the belief was less rare than it is now. Certain dolls were spoken of with a reverence worthy of the kami, and their owners were envied folk. Such a doll was treated like a real son or daughter. It was regularly served with food. It had a bed, and plenty of nice clothes, and a name. If in the semblance of a girl, it was Otoku-san. If in that of a boy, Tokutaro-san. It was thought that the doll would become angry and cry if neglected, and that any ill treatment of it would bring ill fortune to the house. And moreover, it was believed to possess supernatural powers of a very high order. In the family of one Sengoku, a samurai of Matsue, there was a Tokutaro-san, which had a local reputation scarcely inferior to that of Kishibojin, she to whom Japanese wives pray for offspring. And childless couples used to borrow that doll and keep it for a time, ministering unto it, and furnish it with new clothes before gratefully returning it to its owners. And all who did so, I am assured, became parents according to their heart's desire. Sengoku's doll had a soul. There is even a legend that once, when the house caught fire, the Tokutaro-san ran out safely into the garden of its own accord. The idea about such a doll seems to be this. The new doll is only a doll, but a doll which is preserved for a great many years in one family. Note: as many fine dolls really are, the superior class of ohina-san, such as figure in the beautiful displays of the Ohina no Matsuri at rich homes, are heirlooms. Dolls are not given to children to break, and Japanese children seldom break them. I saw at a dolls' festival in the house of the governor of Izumo, dolls 100 years old, charming figurines in ancient court costume. End of note. And this loved and played with by generations of children gradually acquires a soul. I asked a charming Japanese girl, How can a doll live?" "Why," she answered, "if you love it enough, it will live." What is this but Renan's thought of a deity in process of evolution, uttered by the heart of a child? Section 11. But even the most beloved dolls are worn out at last, or get broken in the course of centuries, and when a doll must be considered quite dead, its remains are still entitled to respect. Never is the corpse of a doll irreverently thrown away, neither is it burned or cast into pure running water, as all sacred objects of the Miya must be when they have ceased to be serviceable. And it is not buried. You could not possibly imagine what is done with it. It is dedicated to the god Kojin. Note: not to be confounded with Koshin, the god of roads. End of note. A somewhat mysterious divinity, half Buddhist, half Shinto. The ancient Buddhist images of Kojin represented a deity with many arms. The Shinto Kojin of Izumo has, I believe, no artistic representation whatever, but in almost every Shinto, and also in many Buddhist temple grounds, is planted the tree called enoki. Note: Celtis willidenoviana. Sometimes but rarely a pine or other tree is substituted for the enoki. End of note. Which is sacred to him, and in which he is supposed by the peasantry to dwell, for they pray before the enoki always to Kojin, and there is usually a small shrine placed before the tree, and a little torii also. Now you may often see laid upon such a shrine of Kojin, or at the foot of his sacred tree, or in a hollow thereof, if there be any hollow, pathetic remains of dolls. But a doll is seldom given to Kojin during the lifetime of its possessor. When you see one thus exposed, you may be almost certain that it was found among the effects of some poor dead woman, the innocent memento of her girlhood, perhaps even also of the girlhood of her mother, and of her mother's mother. Section 12. And now we are to see the Honen Odori, which begins at 8 o'clock. There is no moon, and the night is pitch black overhead, but there is plenty of light in the broad court of the Guji's residence, for 100 lanterns have been kindled and hung out. I and my friend have been provided with comfortable places in the great pavilion, which opens upon the court, and the pontiff has had prepared for us a delicious little supper. Already thousands have assembled before the pavilion, young men of Kitzuki, and young peasants from the environs, and women and children in multitude, and hundreds of young girls. The court is so thronged that it is difficult to assume the possibility of any dance. Illuminated by the lantern light, the scene is more than picturesque. It is a carnivalesque display of gala costume. Of course, the peasants come in their ancient attire, some in raincoats, mino, or overcoats of yellow straw, others with blue towels tied round their heads, many with enormous mushroom hats, all with their blue robes well tucked up. But the young townsmen come in all guises and disguises. Many have dressed themselves in female attire. Some are all in white duck, like police. Some have mantles on, and others wear shawls exactly as a Mexican wears his zarape. Numbers of young artisans appear almost as lightly clad as in working hours, bare-legged to the hips, and bare-armed to the shoulders. Among the girls, some wonderful dressing is to be seen, ruby-colored robes, and rich grays and browns and purples, confined with exquisite obi, or girdles of figured satin. But the best taste is shown in the simple and very graceful black and white costumes worn by some maidens of the better classes, dresses especially made for dancing, and not to be worn at any other time. A few shy damsels have completely masked themselves by tying down over their cheeks the flexible brims of very broad straw hats. I cannot attempt to talk about the delicious costumes of the children. As well try to describe without paint the variegated loveliness of moths and butterflies. In the center of this multitude, I see a huge rice mortar turned upside down, and presently a sandaled peasant leaps upon it lightly, and stands there with an open paper umbrella above his head. Nevertheless, it is not raining. That is the Ondo Tori, the leader of the dance, who is celebrated through all Izumo as a singer. According to ancient custom, the leader of the Honen Odori. Note: literally, the dance of the fruitful year. End of note. Always holds an open umbrella above his head while he sings. Suddenly, at a signal from the Guji, who has just taken his place in the pavilion, the voice of the Ondo Tori, intoning the song of thanksgiving, rings out over all the murmuring of the multitude like a silver cornet, a wondrous voice, and a wondrous song, full of trills and quaverings indescribable, but full also of sweetness and true musical swing. And as he sings, he turns slowly round upon his high pedestal, with the umbrella always above his head, never halting in his rotation from right to left, but pausing for a regular interval in his singing at the close of each 2 verses, when the people respond with a joyous outcry, "Ya to nai! Ya to nai!" Simultaneously, an astonishingly rapid movement of segregation takes place in the crowd. 2 enormous rings of dancers form, one within the other, the rest of the people pressing back to make room for the odori. And then this great double round, formed by fully 500 dancers, begins also to revolve from right to left, lightly, fantastically, all the tossing of arms and white twinkling of feet, keeping faultless time to the measured syllabication of the chant. An immense wheel the dance is, with the Ondo Tori for its axis, always turning slowly upon his rice mortar, under his open umbrella. He sings the song of harvest thanksgiving. Note: first, unto the Taisha-sama of Izumo. Second, to Irokami-sama of Niigata. Third, unto Kompira-sama of Sanuki. Fourth, unto Zenkoji-sama of Shinano. Fifth, to Oyakushi-san of Ichibata. Sixth, to Ojizo-sama of Rokkakudo. Seventh, to Oebisu-sama of Nanaura. Eighth, unto Hachiman-sama of Yawata. Ninth, unto every holy shrine of Koya. 10th, to the Ujigami-sama of our village. Japanese readers will appreciate the ingenious manner in which the numeral at the beginning of each phrase is repeated in the name of the sacred place sung of. End of note. Ichi wa Izumo no Taisha-sama e. Ni ni wa Niigata no Irokami-sama e. San wa Sanuki no Kompira-sama e. Shin ni wa Shinano no Zenkoji-sama e. Itsutsu Ichibata o Yakushi-sama e. Roku ni wa Rokkakudo no Ojizo-sama e. Nanatsu Nanaura no Oebisu-sama e. Yatsu Yawata no Hachiman-sama e. Kokonotsu Koya no Otera-dera e. To ni wa Tokoro no Ujigami-sama e. And the voices of all the dancers in unison roll out the chorus. Ya to nai, ya to nai. Utterly different, this whirling joyous Honen Odori from the Bon Odori which I witnessed last year at Shimoichi, and which seemed to me a very dance of ghosts. But it is also much more difficult to describe. Each dancer makes a half-wheel alternately to left and right, with a peculiar bending of the knees and tossing up of the hands at the same time, as in the act of lifting a weight above the head. But there are other curious movements, jerky with the men, undulatory with the women, as impossible to describe as water in motion. These are decidedly complex, yet so regular that 500 pairs of feet and hands mark the measure of the song as truly as if they were under the control of a single nervous system. It is strangely difficult to memorize the melody of a Japanese popular song or the movements of a Japanese dance, for the song and the dance have been evolved through an aesthetic sense of rhythm in sound and in motion as different from the corresponding Occidental sense as English is different from Chinese. We have no ancestral sympathies with these exotic rhythms, no inherited aptitudes for their instant comprehension, no racial impulses whatever in harmony with them. But when they have become familiar through study, after a long residence in the Orient, how nervously fascinant the oscillation of the dance and the singular swing of the song. This dance, I know, began at 8 o'clock, and the Ondo Tori, having sung without a falter in his voice for an extraordinary time, has been relieved by a second. But the great round never breaks, never slackens its whirl. It only enlarges as the night wears on, and the second Ondo Tori is relieved by a third. Yet I would like to watch that dance forever. "What time do you think it is?" my friend asks, looking at his watch. "Nearly 11 o'clock, I make answer. 11 o'clock, it is exactly 8 minutes to 3 o'clock, and our host will have little time for sleep before the rising of the sun. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 12 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, at Hinomisaki. Kitzuki, August 10, 1891. My Japanese friends urge me to visit Hinomisaki, where no European has ever been, and where there is a far-famed double temple dedicated to Amaterasu Oomikami, the Lady of Light, and to her divine brother, Takehaya Susanoo no Mikoto. Hinomisaki is a little village on the Izumo coast, about 5 miles from Kitzuki. It may be reached by a mountain path, but the way is extremely steep, rough, and fatiguing. By boat, when the weather is fair, the trip is very agreeable. So, with a friend, I start for Hinomisaki in a very cozy ryosen, skillfully sculled by 2 young fishermen. Leaving the pretty bay of Inasa, we follow the coast to the right, a very lofty and grim coast without a beach. Below us, the clear water gradually darkens into inky blackness as the depth increases, but at intervals, pale jagged rocks rise up from this nether darkness to catch the light 50 feet under the surface. We keep tolerably close to the cliffs, which vary in height from 300 to 600 feet, their bases rising from the water, all dull iron gray, their sides and summits green with young pines and dark grasses that toughen in sea wind. All the coast is abrupt, ravined, irregular, curiously breached and fissured. Vast masses of it have toppled into the sea, and the black ruins project from the deep in 100 shapes of menace. Sometimes our boat glides between a double line of these, or takes a zigzag course through labyrinths of reef channels. So swiftly and deftly is the little craft impelled to right and left that one could almost believe it sees its own way and moves by its own intelligence. And again we pass by extraordinary islets of prismatic rock, whose sides, just below the waterline, are heavily mossed with seaweed. The polygonal masses composing these shapes are called by the fishermen tortoise-shell stones. There is a legend that once O Kuninushi no Kami, to try his strength, came here and, lifting up one of these masses of basalt, flung it across the sea to the mountain of Sanbe-yama. At the foot of Sanbe, the mighty rock thus thrown by the great deity of Kitzuki may still be seen, it is alleged, even unto this day. More and more bare and rugged and ghastly the coast becomes as we journey on, and the sunken ledges more numerous, and the protruding rocks more dangerous, splinters of strata piercing the sea surface from a depth of 30 fathoms. Then suddenly our boat makes a dash for the black cliff and shoots into a tremendous cleft of it, an earthquake fissure, with sides lofty and perpendicular as the walls of a canyon, and lo, there is daylight ahead. This is a miniature strait, a short cut to the bay. We glide through it in 10 minutes, reach open water again, and Hinomisaki is before us, a semicircle of houses clustering about a bay curve, with an opening in their center, prefaced by a torii. Of all bays I have ever seen, this is the most extraordinary. Imagine an enormous sea cliff, torn out and broken down level with the sea, so as to leave a great scoop-shaped hollow in the land, with one original fragment of ancient cliff still standing in the middle of the gap, a monstrous square tower of rock, bearing trees upon its summit. And 1,000 yards out from the shore rises another colossal rock, fully 100 feet high. This is known by the name of Fumishima or Okyogashima, and the temple of the sun goddess, which we are now about to see, formerly stood upon that islet. The same appalling forces which formed the bay of Hinomisaki doubtless also detached the gigantic mass of Fumishima from this iron coast. We land at the right end of the bay. Here also there is no beach. The water is black deep close to the shore, which slopes up rapidly. As we mount the slope, an extraordinary spectacle is before us. Upon thousands and thousands of bamboo frames, shaped somewhat like our clothes horses, are dangling countless pale yellowish things, the nature of which I cannot discern at first glance, but a closer inspection reveals the mystery. Millions of cuttlefish drying in the sun. I could never have believed that so many cuttlefish existed in these waters, and there is scarcely any variation in the dimensions of them. Out of 10,000, there is not the difference of half an inch in length. Section 2. The great torii which forms the sea gate of Hinomisaki is of white granite and severely beautiful. Through it we pass up the main street of the village, surprisingly wide for about 1,000 yards, after which it narrows into a common highway which slopes up a wooded hill and disappears under the shadow of trees. On the right, as you enter the street, is a long vision of gray wooden houses with awnings and balconies, little shops, little 2-story dwellings of fishermen, and ranging away in front of these other hosts of bamboo frames, from which other millions of freshly caught cuttlefish are hanging. On the other side of the street rises a cyclopean retaining wall, massive as the wall of a daimyo's castle, and topped by a lofty wooden parapet pierced with gates, and above it tower the roofs of majestic buildings, whose architecture strongly resembles that of the structures of Kitzuki, and behind all appears a beautiful green background of hills. This is the Hinomisaki-jinja, but one must walk some considerable distance up the road to reach the main entrance of the court, which is at the farther end of the enclosure, and is approached by an imposing broad flight of granite steps. The great court is a surprise. It is almost as deep as the outer court of the Kitsuki no Ooyashiro, though not nearly so wide, and a paved cloister forms 2 sides of it. From the court gate, a broad paved walk leads to the Haiden and Shamusho at the opposite end of the court, spacious and dignified structures above whose roofs appears the quaint and massive gable of the main temple, with its fantastic crossbeams. This temple, standing with its back to the sea, is the shrine of the goddess of the sun. On the right side of the main court, as you enter, another broad flight of steps leads up to a loftier court, where another fine group of Shinto buildings stands, a Haiden and a Miya, but these are much smaller, like miniatures of those below. Their woodwork also appears to be quite new. The upper Miya is the shrine of the god Susanoo. Note: this deity is seldom called by his full name, which has been shortened by common usage from Susanoo no Mikoto. End of note. Brother of Amaterasu o Mikami. Section 3. To me, the great marvel of the Hinomisaki-jinja is that structures so vast and so costly to maintain can exist in a mere fishing hamlet in an obscure nook of the most desolate coast of Japan. Assuredly, the contributions of peasant pilgrims alone could not suffice to pay the salary of a single kannushi, for Hinomisaki, unlike Kitzuki, is not a place possible to visit in all weathers. My friend confirms me in this opinion, but I learn from him that the temples have 3 large sources of revenue. They are partly supported by the government. They receive yearly large gifts of money from pious merchants, and the revenues from lands attached to them also represent a considerable sum. Certainly a great amount of money must have been very recently expended here, for the smaller of the 2 miya seems to have just been wholly rebuilt. The beautiful joinery is all white with freshness, and even the carpenter's odorous chips have not yet been all removed. At the Shamsho, we make the acquaintance of the Guji of Hinomisaki, a noble-looking man in the prime of life, with one of those fine aquiline faces rarely to be met with, except among the high aristocracy of Japan. He wears a heavy black mustache, which gives him, in spite of his priestly robes, the look of a retired army officer. We are kindly permitted by him to visit the sacred shrines, and a kannushi is detailed to conduct us through the buildings. Something resembling the severe simplicity of the Kitsuki no Oyashiro was what I expected to see, but this shrine of the goddess of the sun is a spectacle of such splendor that for the first moment I almost doubt whether I am really in a Shinto temple. In very truth, there is nothing of pure Shinto here. These shrines belong to the famous period of Ryobu Shinto, when the ancient faith, interpenetrated and allied with Buddhism, adopted the ceremonial magnificence and the marvelous decorative art of the alien creed. Since visiting the great Buddhist shrines of the capital, I have seen no temple interior to be compared with this. Daintily beautiful as a casket is the chamber of the shrine. All its elaborated woodwork is lacquered in scarlet and gold. The altarpiece is a delight of carving and color. The ceiling swarms with dreams of clouds and dragons. And yet the exquisite taste of the decorators, buried doubtless 500 years ago, has so justly proportioned the decoration to the needs of surface, so admirably blended the colors, that there is no gaudiness, no glare, only an opulent repose. The shrine is surrounded by a light outer gallery, which is not visible from the lower court, and from this gallery one can study some remarkable friezes occupying the spaces above the doorways, and below the eaves, friezes surrounding the walls of the miya. These, although exposed for many centuries to the terrific weather of the western coast, still remain masterpieces of quaint carving. There are apes and hares peeping through wonderfully chiseled leaves, and doves and demons and dragons writhing in storms. And while looking up at these, my eye is attracted by a peculiar velvety appearance of the woodwork forming the immense projecting eaves of the roof. Under the tiling it is more than a foot thick. By standing on tiptoe I can touch it, and I discover that it is even more velvety to the touch than to the sight. Further examination reveals the fact that this colossal roofing is not solid timber, only the beams are solid. The enormous pieces they support are formed of countless broad slices, thin as the thinnest shingles, superimposed and cemented together into one solid-seeming mass. I am told that this composite woodwork is more enduring than any hewn timber could be. The edges, where exposed to wind and sun, feel to the touch just like the edges of the leaves of some huge thumb-worn volume, and their stained velvety yellowish aspect so perfectly mocks the appearance of a book that while trying to separate them a little with my fingers, I find myself involuntarily peering for a running title and the number of a folio. We then visit the smaller temple. The interior of the sacred chamber is equally rich in lacquered decoration and gilding, and below the miya itself there are strange paintings of weird foxes wandering in the foreground of a mountain landscape, but here the colors have been damaged somewhat by time. The paintings have a faded look. Without the shrine are other wonderful carvings, doubtless executed by the same chisel which created the friezes of the larger temple. I learn only that the shrine chambers of both temples are very old. All the rest has been more than once rebuilt. The entire structure of the smaller temple and its hiden, with the exception of the shrine room, has just been rebuilt. In fact, the work is not yet quite done, so that the emblem of the deity is not at present in the sanctuary. The shrines proper are never repaired, but simply re-enclosed in the new buildings when reconstruction becomes a necessity. To repair them or restore them today would be impossible. The art that created them is dead, but so excellent their material and its lacquer envelope that they have suffered little in the lapse of many centuries from the attacks of time. One more surprise awaits me. The homestead of the High Pontiff, who most kindly invites us to dine with him, which hospitality is all the more acceptable from the fact that there is no hotel in Hinomisaki, but only a kichin yado. Note: a kichin yado is an inn at which the traveler is charged only the price of the wood used for fuel in cooking his rice. End of note. For pilgrims, the ancestral residence of the High Pontiffs of Hinomisaki occupies, with the beautiful gardens about it, a space fully equal to that of the great temple courts themselves. Like most of the old-fashioned homes of the nobility and of the samurai, it is but 1 story high, an immense elevated cottage, one might call it, but the apartments are lofty, spacious, and very handsome, and there is a room of 100 mats. Note: the thick, fine straw mats fitted upon the floor of every Japanese room are always 6 feet long by 3 feet broad. The largest room in the ordinary middle-class house is a room of 8 mats. A room of 100 mats is something worth seeing. End of note. A very nice little repast with abundance of good wine is served up to us, and I shall always remember one curious dish which I at first mistake for spinach. It is seaweed, deliciously prepared, not the common edible seaweed, but a rare sort, fine like moss. After bidding farewell to our generous host, we take an uphill stroll to the farther end of the village. We leave the cuttlefish behind, but before us the greater part of the road is covered with matting, upon which indigo is drying in the sun. The village terminates abruptly at the top of the hill, where there is another grand granite torii, a structure so ponderous that it is almost as difficult to imagine how it was ever brought up the hill as to understand the methods of the builders of Stonehenge. From this torii, the road descends to the pretty little seaport of Uryo, on the other side of the cape, for Hinomisaki is situated on one side of a great promontory, as its name implies, a mountain range projecting into the Japanese Sea. Section 4. The family of the Guji of Hinomisaki is one of the oldest of the Kazoku or noble families of Izumo, and the daughters are still addressed by the antique title of Princess, Ohime-san. The ancient official designation of the pontiff himself was Kengyo, as that of the Kitsuki pontiff was Kokuzo, and the families of the Hinomisaki and of the Kitsuki Guji are closely related. There is one touching and terrible tradition in the long history of the Kengyos of Hinomisaki, which throws a strange light upon the social condition of this province in feudal days. 7 generations ago, Amatsudaira, daimyo of Izumo, made with great pomp his first official visit to the temples of Hinomisaki, and was nobly entertained by the Kengyo, doubtless in the same chamber of 100 mats, which we today were privileged to see. According to custom, the young wife of the host waited upon the regal visitor and served him with dainties and with wine. She was singularly beautiful, and her beauty, unfortunately, bewitched the daimyo. With kingly insolence, he demanded that she should leave her husband and become his concubine. Although astounded and terrified, she answered bravely, like the true daughter of a samurai, that she was a loving wife and mother, and that, sooner than desert her husband and her child, she would put an end to her life with her own hand. The great lord of Izumo sullenly departed without further speech, leaving the little household plunged in uttermost grief and anxiety, for it was too well known that the prince would suffer no obstacle to remain in the way of his lust or his hate. The anxiety, indeed, proved to be well-founded. Scarcely had the daimyo returned to his domains when he began to devise means for the ruin of the Kengyo. Soon afterward, the latter was suddenly and forcibly separated from his family, hastily tried for some imaginary offense, and banished to the islands of Oki. Some say the ship on which he sailed went down at sea with all on board. Others say that he was conveyed to Oki, but only to die there of misery and cold. At all events, the old Izumo records state that, in the year corresponding to AD 1661, the Kengyo Takatoshi died in the land of Oki. On receiving news of the Kengyo's death, Matsudaira scarcely concealed his exultation. The object of his passion was the daughter of his own Karo, or minister, one of the noblest samurai of Matsue, by name Kamiya. Kamiya was at once summoned before the daimyo, who said to him, "Thy daughter's husband being dead, there exists no longer any reason that she should not enter into my household. Do thou bring her hither." The Karo touched the floor with his forehead and departed on his errand. Upon the following day he re-entered the prince's apartment and, performing the customary prostration, announced that his lord's commands had been obeyed, that the victim had arrived. Smiling for pleasure, the Matsudaira ordered that she should be brought at once into his presence. The Karo prostrated himself, retired, and presently returning, placed before his master a kubi-oke. Note: the kubi-oke was a lacquered tray with a high rim and a high cover. The name signifies head box. It was the ancient custom to place the head of a decapitated person upon a kubi-oke before conveying the ghastly trophy into the palace of the prince, desirous of seeing it. End of note. Upon which lay the freshly severed head of a beautiful woman, the head of the young wife of the dead Kengyo, with the simple utterance, "This is my daughter," dead by her own brave will, but never dishonored. 7 generations have been buried since the Matsudaira strove to appease his remorse by the building of temples and the erection of monuments to the memory of his victim. His own race died with him. Those who now bear the illustrious name of that long line of daimyos are not of the same blood, and the grim ruin of his castle, devoured by vegetation, is tenanted only by lizards and bats. But the Kamiya family endures, no longer wealthy as in feudal times, but still highly honored in their native city, and each high pontiff of Hinomisaki chooses always his bride from among the daughters of that valiant race. Note: the Kengyo of the above tradition was enshrined by Matsudaira in the temple of Yaegaki-jinja at Oyama, near Matsue. This miya was built for an atonement, and the people still pray to the spirit of the Kengyo. Near this temple formerly stood a very popular theater, also erected by the daimyo in his earnest desire to appease the soul of his victim, for he had heard that the Kengyo was very fond of theatrical performances. The temple is still in excellent preservation, but the theater has long since disappeared, and its site is occupied by a farmer's vegetable garden. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Shinju. Section 1. Sometimes they simply put their arms round each other and lie down together on the iron rails just in front of an express train. They cannot do it in Izumo, however, because there are no railroads there yet. Sometimes they make a little banquet for themselves, write very strange letters to parents and friends, mix something bitter with their rice wine, and go to sleep forever. Sometimes they select a more ancient and more honored method. The lover first slays his beloved with a single sword stroke, and then pierces his own throat. Sometimes, with a girl's long crepe silk undergirdle, koshiobi, they bind themselves fast together, face to face, and so embracing, leap into some deep lake or stream. Many are the modes by which they make their way to the Meido, when tortured by that world-old sorrow, about which Schopenhauer wrote so marvelous a theory. Their own theory is much simpler. None love life more than the Japanese. None fear death less. Of a future world they have no dread. They regret to leave this one only because it seems to them a world of beauty and of happiness. But the mystery of the future, so long oppressive to Western minds, causes them little concern. As for the young lovers of whom I speak, they have a strange faith which effaces mysteries for them. They turn to the darkness with infinite trust. If they are too unhappy to endure existence, the fault is not another's, nor yet the world's. It is their own. It is innen, the result of errors in a previous life. If they can never hope to be united in this world, it is only because in some former birth they broke their promise to wed, or were otherwise cruel to each other. All this is not heterodox, but they believe likewise that by dying together, they will find themselves at once united in another world, though Buddhism proclaims that self-destruction is a deadly sin. Now this idea of winning union through death is incalculably older than the faith of Shaka, but it has somehow borrowed in modern time from Buddhism a particular ecstatic coloring, a mystical glow. Hasu no hana no ue ni oite matan. On the lotus blossoms of paradise, they shall rest together. Buddhism teaches of transmigrations countless, prolonged through millions of years, before the soul can acquire the infinite vision, the infinite memory, and melt into the bliss of Nehan, as a white cloud melts into the summer's blue. But these suffering ones think never of Nehan. Love's union, their supremest wish, may be reached, they fancy, through the pang of a single death. The fancies of all, indeed, as their poor letters show, are not the same. Some think themselves about to enter Amida's paradise of light. Some see in their visional hope the Saki no Yo only, the future rebirth, when beloved shall meet beloved again, in the all-joyous freshness of another youth, while the idea of many, indeed of the majority, is vaguer far, only a shadowy drifting together through vapory silences, as in the faint bliss of dreams. They always pray to be buried together. Often this prayer is refused by the parents or the guardians, and the people deem this refusal a cruel thing, for 'tis believed that those who die for love of each other will find no rest if denied the same tomb. But when the prayer is granted, the ceremony of burial is beautiful and touching. From the two homes, the two funeral processions issue to meet in the temple court by light of lanterns. There, after the recitation of Dakyo and the accustomed impressive ceremonies, the chief priest utters an address to the souls of the dead. Compassionately, he speaks of the error and the sin, of the youth of the victims, brief and comely as the flowers that blossom and fall in the first burst of spring. He speaks of the illusion, mayoi, which so wrought upon them. He recites the warning of the teacher. But sometimes he will even predict the future reunion of the lovers in some happier and higher life, re-echoing the popular hearth-thought with a simple eloquence that makes his hearers weep. Then the two processions form into one, which takes its way to the cemetery, where the grave has already been prepared. The two coffins are lowered together, so that their sides touch as they rest at the bottom of the excavation. Then, the yama no mono, Note: Yama no mono, mountain folk, so called from their settlement on the hills above Tokoji, a pariah class whose special calling is the washing of the dead and the making of graves. End of note. Folk remove the planks which separate the pair, making the two coffins into one. Above the reunited dead, the earth is heaped, and a haka, bearing in chiseled letters the story of their fate, and perhaps a little poem, is placed above the mingling of their dust. Section 2. These suicides of lovers are termed joshi or Shinju, both words being written with the same Chinese characters, signifying heart death, passion death, or love death. They most commonly occur in the case of women among the Joro. Note: Joro, a courtesan. End of note. Class, but occasionally also among young girls of a more respectable class. There is a fatalistic belief that if one Shinju occurs among the inmates of a Joro-ya, 2 more are sure to follow. Doubtless the belief itself is the cause that cases of Shinju do commonly occur in a series of 3. The poor girls who voluntarily sell themselves to a life of shame for the sake of their families in time of uttermost distress do not, in Japan, except perhaps in those open ports where European vice and brutality have become demoralizing influences, ever reach that depth of degradation to which their Western sisters descend. Many indeed retain, through all the period of their terrible servitude, a refinement of manner, a delicacy of sentiment, and a natural modesty that seem, under such conditions, as extraordinary as they are touching. Only yesterday, a case of Shinju startled this quiet city. The servant of a physician in the street called Nadamachi, entering the chamber of his master's son a little after sunrise, found the young man lying dead with a dead girl in his arms. The son had been disinherited. The girl was a Joro. Last night they were buried, but not together, for the father was not less angered than grieved that such a thing should have been. Her name was Kane. She was remarkably pretty and very gentle, and from all accounts it would seem that her master had treated her with a kindness unusual in men of his infamous class. She had sold herself for the sake of her mother and a child sister. The father was dead, and they had lost everything. She was then 17. She had been in the house scarcely a year when she met the youth. They fell seriously in love with each other at once. Nothing more terrible could have befallen them, for they could never hope to become man and wife. The young man, though still allowed the privileges of a son, had been disinherited in favor of an adopted brother of steadier habits. The unhappy pair spent all they had for the privilege of seeing each other. She sold even her dresses to pay for it. Then, for the last time, they met by stealth, late at night, in the physician's house, drank death, and laid down to sleep forever. I saw the funeral procession of the girl winding its way by the light of paper lanterns, the wan dead glow that is like a shimmer of phosphorescence, to the street of the temples, followed by a long train of women, white-hooded, white-robed, white-girdled, passing all soundlessly, a troop of ghosts. So, through blackness to the Meido, the white shapes flit, the eternal procession of souls, in painted Buddhist dreams of the underworld. Section 3. My friend who writes for the Sain Shimbun, which tomorrow will print the whole sad story, tells me that compassionate folk have already decked the new-made graves with flowers and with sprays of shikimi. Note: Elysium religiosum. End of note. Then drawing from a long native envelope a long, light, thin roll of paper covered with beautiful Japanese writing, and unfolding it before me, he adds, "She left this letter to the keeper of the house in which she lived. It has been given to us for publication. It is very prettily written, but I cannot translate it well. For it is written in women's language. The language of letters written by women is not the same as that of letters written by men. Women use particular words and expressions. For instance, in men's language, I is watakushi or ware or yo or boku, according to rank or circumstance. But in the language of woman, it is warawa. And women's language is very soft and gentle. And I do not think it is possible to translate such softness and amiability of words into any other language. So I can only give you an imperfect idea of the letter. And he interprets slowly, thus: I leave this letter. As you know, from last spring, I began to love Tashiro-san, and he also fell in love with me. And now, alas, the influence of our relation in some previous birth having come upon us, and the promise we made each other in that former life to become wife and husband having been broken, even today, I must travel to the Meido. You not only treated me very kindly, though you found me so stupid and without influence. Note: literally without shadow or shadowless. End of note. But you likewise aided in many ways for my worthless sake, my mother and sister. And now, since I have not been able to repay you even 1/1,000,000th part of that kindness and pity in which you enveloped me, pity great as the mountains and the sea. Note: Umiyama noon. End of note. It would not be without just reason that you should hate me as a great criminal. But though I doubt not this which I am about to do will seem a wicked folly, I am forced to do it by conditions and by my own heart. Wherefore I still may pray you to pardon my past faults, and though I go to the Meido, never shall I forget your mercy to me, great as the mountains and the sea. From under the shadow of the grasses. Note: Kusaba no kage. End of note. I shall still try to recompense you, to send back my gratitude to you and to your house. Again, with all my heart I pray you, do not be angry with me. Many more things I would like to write, but now my heart is not a heart, and I must quickly go, and so I shall lay down my writing brush. It is written so clumsily, this. Kane thrice prostrates herself before you. From Kane. To blank Sama. Well, it is a characteristic Shinju letter, my friend comments after a moment's silence, replacing the frail white paper in its envelope, so I thought it would interest you. And now, although it is growing dark, I am going to the cemetery to see what has been done at the grave. Would you like to come with me? We take our way over the long white bridge, up the shadowy street of the temples, toward the ancient Hakaba of Miyokoji, and the darkness grows as we walk. A thin moon hangs just above the roofs of the great temples. Suddenly a far voice, sonorous and sweet, a man's voice, breaks into song under the starred night, a song full of strange charm and tones like warblings, those Japanese tones of popular emotion which seem to have been learned from the songs of birds. Some happy workman returning home, so clear the thin frosty air that each syllable quivers to us, but I cannot understand the words. Saite yuke toya, ano ya o saite, yukeba, chika yoru nushi no soba. What is that? I ask my friend. He answers, a love song. Go forward, straight forward that way, to the house that thou seest before thee. The nearer thou goest thereto, the nearer to her. Note: or him. This is a free rendering. The word nushi simply refers to the owner of the house. End of note. Shalt thou be. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Yaegaki-jinja. Section 1. Unto Yaegaki-jinja, which is in the village of Sakusa in Iu, in the land of Izumo, all youths and maidens go who are in love, and who can make the pilgrimage. For in the temple of Yaegaki at Sakusa, Takehaya Susanoo no Mikoto and his wife Inada Hime and their son Sakusa no Mikoto are enshrined, and these are the deities of wedlock and of love, and they set the solitary in families, and by their doing are destinies coupled even from the hour of birth. Wherefore one should suppose that to make pilgrimage to their temple to pray about things long since irrevocably settled were simple waste of time. But in what land did ever religious practice and theology agree? Scholiasts and priests create or promulgate doctrine and dogma, but the good people always insist upon making the gods according to their own heart, and these are by far the better class of gods. Moreover, the history of Susanoo, the impetuous male deity, does not indicate that destiny had anything to do with his particular case. He fell in love with the wondrous Inada princess at first sight, as it is written in the Kojiki. Then Takehaya Susanoo no Mikoto descended to a place called Torikami at the headwaters of the river Hi in the land of Izumo. At this time, a chopstick came floating down the stream. So Takehaya Susanoo no Mikoto, thinking that there must be people at the headwaters of the river, went up in quest of them. And he came upon an old man and an old woman who had a young girl between them and were weeping. Then he deigned to ask, "Who are ye?" So the old man replied, saying, "I am an earthly deity, son of the deity Oya Matsumi no Kami. I am called by the name Ashinatsuchi. My wife is called by the name Tenatsuchi, and my daughter is called by the name Kushi Inada Hime." Again he asked, "What is the cause of your crying?" The old man answered, saying, "I had originally 8 young daughters, but the 8-forked serpent of Koshi has come every year and devoured one, and it is now its time to come, wherefore we weep." Then he asked him, "What is its form like?" The old man answered, saying, "Its eyes are like Aka Kagachi. It has one body with 8 heads and 8 tails. Moreover, upon its body grow moss and sugi and hinoki trees. Its length extends over 8 valleys and 8 hills, and if one look at its belly, it is all constantly bloodied and inflamed." Then Takehaya Susanoo no Mikoto said to the old man, "If this be thy daughter, wilt thou offer her to me?" He replied, "With reverence, but I know not thine august name." Then he replied, saying, "I am elder brother to Amaterasu Oo Mikami, so now I have descended from heaven." Then the deities Ashinatsuchi and Tenatsuchi said, "If that be so, with reverence will we offer her to thee." So Takehaya Susanoo no Mikoto, at once taking and changing the young girl into a close-toothed comb, which he stuck into his august hair bunch, said to the deities Ashinatsuchi and Tenatsuchi, "Do you distill some 8-fold refined liquor. Also make a fence round about. In that fence make 8 gates. At each gate tie a platform. On each platform put a liquor vat, and into each vat pour the 8-fold refined liquor, and wait." So as they waited after having prepared everything in accordance with his bidding, the 8-forked serpent came and put a head into each vat and drank the liquor. Thereupon it was intoxicated, and all the heads lay down and slept. Then Takehaya Susanoo no Mikoto drew the 10-grasped saber that was augustly girded upon him, and cut the serpent in pieces, so that the river Hi flowed on changed into a river of blood. Then Takehaya Susanoo no Mikoto sought in the land of Izumo where he might build a palace. When this great deity built the palace, clouds rose up thence. Then he made an august song. Yakumo tatsu, Izumo yaegaki, tsuma gomi ni yaegaki tsukuru, sono yaegaki wo. Note: 8 clouds arise. The eightfold, or manifold, fence of Izumo makes an eightfold, or manifold, fence for the spouses to retire within. Oh, that eightfold fence! This is said to be the oldest song in the Japanese language. It has been differently translated by the great scholars and commentators. The above version and text are from Professor B.H. Chamberlain's translation of the Kojiki, pages 60 to 64. End of note. Now the temple of Yaegaki takes its name from the words of the August song, Yaegaki, and therefore signifies the temple of the eightfold fence. And ancient commentators upon the sacred books have said that the name of Izumo, which is now Izumo, as signifying the land of the issuing of clouds, was also taken from that song of the god. Note: Professor Chamberlain disputes this etymology for excellent reasons, but in Izumo itself the etymology is still accepted, and will be accepted doubtless until the results of foreign scholarship in the study of the archaic text is more generally known. End of note. Section 2. Sakusa, the hamlet where the Yaegaki-jinja stands, is scarcely more than 1 ri south from Matsue. But to go there, one must follow tortuous paths too rough and steep for a kuruma, and of 3 ways, the longest and roughest happens to be the most interesting. It slopes up and down through bamboo groves and primitive woods, and again serpentines through fields of rice and barley, and plantations of indigo and of ginseng, where the scenery is always beautiful or odd, and there are many famed Shinto temples to be visited on the road, such as Yaegaki-jinja, dedicated to the venerable minister of the Empress Jingo, Takeuchi, to whom men now pray for health and for length of years, and Okusanomiya, or Rokusho-jinja, of the 5 greatest shrines in Izumo, and Manai-jinja, sacred to Izanagi, the mother of gods, where strange pictures may be obtained of the parents of the world, and Obanomiya, where Izanami is enshrined, also called Kamoshi-jinja, which means the soul of the god. At the temple of the soul of the god, where the sacred fire drill used to be delivered each year with solemn rites to the great Kokuzo of Kitzuki, there are curious things to be seen. A colossal grain of rice, more than an inch long, preserved from that period of the Kamiyo, when the rice grew tall as the tallest tree, and bore grains worthy of the gods, and the cauldron of iron in which the peasants say that the first Kokuzo came down from heaven, and a cyclopean toro formed of rocks so huge that one cannot imagine how they were ever balanced upon each other, and the musical stones of Oba, which chime like bells when smitten. There is a tradition that these cannot be carried away beyond a certain distance, for 'tis recorded that when a daimyo named Matsudaira ordered one of them to be conveyed to his castle at Matsue, the stone made itself so heavy that 1,000 men could not move it farther than the Ohashi Bridge, so it was abandoned before the bridge, and it lies there embedded in the soil even unto this day. All about Oba you may see many sekirei, or wagtails, birds sacred to Izanami and Izanagi, for a legend says that from the sekirei the gods first learned the art of love, and none, not even the most avaricious farmer, ever hurts or terrifies these birds, so that they do not fear the people of Oba, nor the scarecrows in the fields. The god of scarecrows is Sukuna Biko Nano Kami. Section 3. The path to Sakusa, for the last mile of the journey at least, is extremely narrow, and has been paved by piety with large flat rocks laid upon the soil at intervals of about a foot, like an interminable line of stepping stones. You cannot walk between them nor beside them, and you soon tire of walking upon them, but they have the merit of indicating the way, a matter of no small importance where 50 rice-field paths branch off from your own at all bewildering angles. After having been safely guided by these stepping stones through all kinds of labyrinths in rice valleys and bamboo groves, one feels grateful to the peasantry for that clue line of rocks. There are some quaint little shrines in the groves along this path, shrines with curious carvings of dragons and lion heads and flowing water, all wrought ages ago in good keyaki wood. Note: Planica japonica. End of note. Which has become the color of stone, but the eyes of the dragons and the lions have been stolen because they were made of fine crystal quartz, and there was none to guard them, and because neither the laws nor the gods are quite so much feared now as they were before the period of Meiji. Sakusa is a very small cluster of farmers' cottages before a temple at the verge of a wood, the temple of Yaegaki. The stepping stones of the path vanish into the pavement of the court, just before its lofty unpainted wooden torii, between the torii and the inner court, entered by a Chinese gate. Some grand old trees are growing, and there are queer monuments to see. On either side of the great gateway is a shrine compartment, enclosed by heavy wooden gratings on two sides, and in these compartments are two grim figures in complete armor, with bows in their hands and quivers of arrows upon their backs, the Zuijin, or ghostly retainers of the gods and guardians of the gates. Before nearly all the Shinto temples of Izumo, except Kitzuki, these Zuijin keep grim watch. They are probably of Buddhist origin, but they have acquired Shinto history and Shinto names. Note: So absolutely has Shinto in Izumo monopolized the karashishi, or stone lions of Buddhist origin, that it is rare in the province to find a pair before any Buddhist temple. There is even a Shinto myth about their introduction into Japan from India by the fox god. End of note. Originally, I am told, there was but one Zuijin kami, whose name was Toyokushi Iwamato no Mikoto, but at a certain period both the god and his name were cut in two, perhaps for decorative purposes. And now he who sits upon the left is called Toyoiwa Mato no Mikoto, and his companion on the right, Kushiiwa Mato no Mikoto. Before the gate, on the left side, there is a stone monument upon which is graven, in Chinese characters, a poem in hokku, or verse of 17 syllables, composed by Chōun. Kokorashiya, kami no miyuki no yama no ato. My companion translates the characters thus: Where high heap the dead leaves, there is the holy place upon the hills, where dwell the gods. Nearby are stone lanterns and stone lions, and another monument, a great 5-cornered slab, set up and chiseled, bearing the names in Chinese characters of the Zijin, or earth gods, the deities who protect the soil. Uga no Mitama no Mikoto, whose name signifies the august spirit of food. Amaterasu o Mikami, Ona Muji no Kami, Kakiyasu Hime no Kami, Sukuna Hiko na no Kami, who is the scarecrow god. And the figure of a fox in stone sits before the name of the august spirit of food. The Miya or Shinto temple itself is quite small, smaller than most of the temples in the neighborhood, and dingy and begrimed with age. Yet, next to Kitsuki, this is the most famous of Izumo shrines. The main shrine, dedicated to Susanoo and Inada Hime and their son, whose name is the name of the hamlet of Sakusa, is flanked by various lesser shrines to left and right. In one of these smaller miya, the spirit of Ashinatsuchi, father of Inada Hime, is supposed to dwell, and in another, that of Tenatsuchi, the mother of Inada Hime. There is also a small shrine of the goddess of the sun, but these shrines have no curious features. The main temple offers, on the other hand, some displays of rarest interest. To the gray, weather-worn gratings of the doors of the shrine, hundreds and hundreds of strips of soft white paper have been tied in knots. There is nothing written upon them, although each represents a heart's wish and a fervent prayer. No prayers, indeed, are so fervent as those of love. Also, there are suspended many little sections of bamboo, cut just below joints so as to form water receptacles. These are tied together in pairs with a small straw cord, which also serves to hang them up. They contain offerings of sea water, carried here from no small distance, and mingling with a white confusion of knotted papers, there dangle from the gratings many tresses of girls' hair, love sacrifices. Note: such offerings are called guan hodoki, guan wo hodoki, to make a vow. End of note. And numerous offerings of seaweed, so filamentary and so sun-blackened, that at some little distance it would not be easy to distinguish them from long-shorn tresses. And all the woodwork of the doors and the gratings, both beneath and between the offerings, is covered with a speckling of characters graven or written, which are the names of pilgrims. And my companion reads aloud the well-remembered name of Akira. If one dare judge the efficacy of prayer to these kind gods of Shinto from the testimony of their worshippers, I should certainly say that Akira has good reason to hope. Planted in the soil, all round the edge of the foundations of the shrine, are multitudes of tiny paper flags of curious shape, nobori, pasted upon splinters of bamboo. Each of these little white things is a banner of victory and a lover's witness of gratitude. Note: a pilgrim whose prayer has been heard usually plants a single nobori as a token. Sometimes you may see nobori of 5 colors, goshiki, black, yellow, red, blue, and white, of which 100 or 1,000 have been planted by one person, but this is done only in pursuance of some very special vow. End of note. You will find such little flags stuck into the ground about nearly all the great Shinto temples of Izumo. At Kitzuki, they cannot even be counted, any more than the flakes of a snowstorm. And here is something else that you will find at most of the famous miya in Izumo, a box of little bamboo sticks, fastened to a post before the doors. If you were to count the sticks, you would find their number to be exactly 1,000. They are counters for pilgrims who make a vow to the gods to perform asendo mairi. To perform asendo mairi means to visit the temple 1,000 times. This, however, is so hard to do that busy, pious men make a sort of compromise with the gods. Thus, they walk from the shrine 1 foot beyond the gate, and back again to the shrine 1,000 times, all in one day, keeping count with the little splints of bamboo. There is one more famous thing to be seen before visiting the holy grove behind the temple, and that is the sacred Tamatsubaki, or precious camellia of Yaegaki. It stands upon a little knoll fortified by a projection wall in a rice field near the house of the priest. A fence has been built around it, and votive lamps of stone placed before it. It is of vast age, and has 2 heads and 2 feet. But the twin trunks grow together at the middle. Its unique shape, and the good quality of longevity it is believed to possess in common with all of its species, cause it to be revered as a symbol of undying wedded love, and as tenanted by the kami who hearken to lovers' prayers, Musubi no kami. There is, however, a strange superstition about tsubaki trees, and this sacred tree of Yaegaki, in the opinion of some folk, is a rare exception to the general ghastliness of its species. For tsubaki trees are goblin trees, they say, and walk about at night. And there was one in the garden of a Matsue samurai who did this so much that it had to be cut down. Then it writhed its arms and groaned, and blood spurted at every stroke of the axe. Section 4. At the spacious residence of the Kannushi, some very curious ofuda and omamori, the holy talismans and charms of Yaegaki, are sold, together with pictures representing Takehayasu Sano no Mikoto and his bride Inada Hime, surrounded by the manifold fence of clouds. On the pictures is also printed the August song whence the temple derives its name of Yaegaki-jinja, Yakumo Tatsu Izumo Yaegaki. Of the omamori, there is quite a variety, but by far the most interesting is that labeled Izumo Yaegaki-jinja and Musubi on Hina, August wedlock producing Hina of the Temple of Yaegaki in Izumo. This oblong folded paper with Chinese characters and the temple seal upon it is purchased only by those in love and is believed to assure nothing more than the desired union. Within the paper are two of the smallest conceivable doll figures, Hina, representing a married couple in antique costume. The tiny wife folded to the breast of the tiny husband by one long-sleeved arm. It is the duty of whoever purchases this mamori to return it to the temple if he or she succeed in marrying the person beloved. As already stated, the charm is not supposed to assure anything more than the union. It cannot be accounted responsible for any consequences thereof. He who desires perpetual love must purchase another mamori labeled Renri Tama Tsubaki Aikyo Gokito On Mamori, August amulet of August prayer for kindling love of the jewel precious Tsubaki tree of union. This charm should maintain at constant temperature the warmth of affection. It contains only a leaf of the singular double-bodied camellia tree before mentioned. There are also small amulets for exciting love and amulets for the expelling of diseases, but these have no special characteristics worth dwelling upon. Then we take our way to the sacred grove, the Okunoin or mystic shades of Yaegaki. Section 5. This ancient grove, so dense that when you first pass into its shadows, out of the sun all seems black, is composed of colossal cedars and pines, mingled with bamboo, tsubaki, Camellia japonica, and sakaki, the sacred and mystic tree of Shinto. The dimness is chiefly made by the huge bamboos. In nearly all sacred groves, bamboos are thickly set between the trees, and their feathery foliage, filling every lofty opening between the heavier crests, entirely cuts off the sun. Even in a bamboo grove, where no other trees are, there is always a deep twilight. As the eyes become accustomed to this green gloaming, a pathway outlines itself between the trees, a pathway wholly covered with moss, velvety, soft, and beautifully verdant. In former years, when all pilgrims were required to remove their footgear before entering the sacred grove, this natural carpet was a boon to the weary. The next detail one observes is that the trunks of many of the great trees have been covered with a thick rush matting to a height of 7 or 8 feet, and that holes have been torn through some of the mats. All the giants of the grove are sacred, and the matting was bound about them to prevent pilgrims from stripping off their bark, which is believed to possess miraculous virtues. But many, more zealous than honest, do not hesitate to tear away the matting in order to get at the bark. And the third curious fact which you notice is that the trunks of the great bamboos are covered with ideographs, with the wishes of lovers and the names of girls. There is nothing in the world of vegetation so nice to write a sweetheart's name upon as the polished bark of a bamboo, each letter, however, lightly traced at first, enlarges and blackens with the growth of the bark and never fades away. The deeply mossed path slopes down to a little pond in the very heart of the grove, a pond famous in the land of Izumo. Here there are many imori, or water newts, about 5 inches long, which have red bellies. Here the shade is deepest, and the stems of the bamboos most thickly tattooed with the names of girls. It is believed that the flesh of the newts in the sacred pond of Yaegaki possesses aphrodisiac qualities, and the body of the creature, reduced to ashes by burning, was formerly converted into love powders, and there is a little Japanese song referring to the practice. Hore gusuri koka ni wa nai ka to imori ni toeba, yubi o marumete kore bakari. Note: On being asked if there were any other love charm, the newt replied, making a ring with 2 of his toes, "Only this. The sign signifies money." End of note. The water is very clear, and there are many of these newts to be seen, and it is the custom for lovers to make a little boat of paper, to put into it 1 rin, and set it afloat and watch it. So soon as the paper becomes wet through, and allows the water to enter it, the weight of the copper coin soon sends it to the bottom, where, owing to the purity of the water, it can be still seen distinctly as before. If the newts then approach and touch it, the lovers believe their happiness assured by the will of the gods, but if the newts do not come near it, the omen is evil. One poor little paper boat, I observe, could not sink at all. It simply floated to the inaccessible side of the pond, where the trees rise like a solid wall of trunks from the water's edge, and there became caught in some drooping branches. The lover who launched it must have departed sorrowing at heart. Close to the pond, near the pathway, there are many camellia bushes, of which the tips of the branches have been tied together by pairs with strips of white paper. These are shrubs of presage. The true lover must be able to bend 2 branches together and keep them united by tying a paper tightly about them, all with the fingers of 1 hand. To do this well is good luck. Nothing is written upon the strips of paper, but there is enough writing upon the bamboos to occupy curiosity for many an hour, in spite of the mosquitoes. Most of the names are yobina, that is to say, pretty names of women, but there are likewise names of men, jitsumyo. Note: there are no less than 11 principal kinds of Japanese names. The jitsumyo, or true name, corresponds to our Christian name. On this intricate and interesting topic, the reader should consult Professor B.H. Chamberlain's excellent little book, Things Japanese, page 250-5. End of note. And oddly enough, a girl's name and a man's are in no instance written together. To judge by all this ideographic testimony, lovers in Japan, or at least in Izumo, are even more secretive than in our Occident. The enamored youth never writes his own jitsumyo and his sweetheart's yobina together, and the family name or myoji he seldom ventures to inscribe. If he writes his jitsumyo, then he contents himself with whispering the yobina of his sweetheart to the gods and to the bamboos. If he cuts her yobina into the bark, then he substitutes for his own name a mention of his existence and his age only, as in this touching instance. Takata toki to en musubi negaimasu, 18 no otoko. Note: that I may be wedded to Takaki Toki, I humbly pray, a youth of 18. End of note. This lover presumes to write his girl's whole name, but the example, so far as I am able to discover, is unique. Other enamored ones write only the yobina of their bewitchers, and the honorable prefix o, and the honorable suffix san find no place in the familiarity of love. There is no oharu-san, okin-san, otake-san, okiku-san, but there are hosts of haru and kin and take and kiku. Girls, of course, never dream of writing their lovers' names, but there are many geimyo here, artistic names, names of mischievous geisha who worship the golden kitten, written by their saucy selves, Rakue and Asa and Wakai, Aikichi and Kotabuki and Kohachi, Kohana and Tamakichi and Katsuko, and Asakichi and Hanakichi and Katsukichi, and Chiyoe and Chiyotsuru. Fortunate pleasure, happy dawn, and youth, such are their appellations. Blessed love, and length of days, and blossom child, and jewel of fortune, and child of luck, and joyous sunrise, and flower of bliss, and glorious victory, and life as the storks for 1,000 years. Often shall he curse the day he was born who falls in love with happy dawn. Thrice unlucky the wight bewitched by the child of luck. Woe unto him who hopes to cherish the flower of bliss. and more than once shall he wish himself dead, whose heart is snared by life as a stork's for 1,000 years. And I see that somebody who inscribes his age as 23 has become enamored of young Wakagusa, whose name signifies the tender grass of spring. Now there is but one possible misfortune for you, dear boy, worse than falling in love with Wakagusa, and that is that she should happen to fall in love with you. Because then you would, both of you, write some beautiful letters to your friends, and drink death, and pass away in each other's arms, murmuring your trust to rest together upon the same lotus flower in paradise. Hasu no hano ue ni oitematsu. Nay, pray the deities rather to dissipate the bewitchment that is upon you. Te ni toru na, yahari no ni oke gengebana. Note: the gengebana, also called rengeso, and in Izumo, miyakobana, is an herb planted only for fertilizing purposes. Its flowers are extremely small, but so numerous that, in their blossoming season, miles of fields are colored by them a beautiful lilaceous blue. A gentleman who wished to marry a Joro, despite the advice of his friends, was gently chided by them with the above little verse, which, freely translated, signifies, "Take it not into thy hand. The flowers of the gengebanas are fair to view only when left all together in the field." End of note. And here is a lover's inscription in English. Who presumes to suppose that the gods know English? Some student, no doubt, who for pure shyness engraves his soul secret in this foreign tongue of mine, never dreaming that a foreign eye would look upon it. I wish you, Haru, not once, but 4, no, 5 times, each time omitting the preposition, praying in this ancient grove, in this ancient land of Izumo, unto the most ancient gods in English. Verily, the shyest love presumes much upon the forbearance of the gods, and great indeed must be either the patience of Takehaya Susanoo no Mikoto, or the rustiness of the 10-grasped saber that was augustly girded upon him. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Kitsune. Section 1. By every shady wayside, and in every ancient grove, on almost every hilltop, and in the outskirts of every village, you may see, while traveling through the Hondo country, some little Shinto shrine, before which, or at either side of which, are images of seated foxes in stone. Usually, there is a pair of these, facing each other, but there may be a dozen, or a score, or several hundred, in which case most of the images are very small, and in more than one of the larger towns you may see in the court of some great miya a countless host of stone foxes of all dimensions, from toy figures but a few inches high to the colossi whose pedestals tower above your head, all squatting around the temple in tiered ranks of thousands. Such shrines and temples, everybody knows, are dedicated to Inari, the god of rice. After having traveled much in Japan, you will find that whenever you try to recall any country place you have visited, there will appear in some nook or corner of that remembrance a pair of green and gray foxes of stone with broken noses. In my own memories of Japanese travel, these shapes have become de rigueur as picturesque detail. In the neighborhood of the capital and in Tokyo itself, sometimes in the cemeteries, very beautiful idealized figures of foxes may be seen, elegant as greyhounds. They have long green or gray eyes of crystal quartz or some other diaphanous substance, and they create a strong impression as mythological conceptions. But throughout the interior, fox images are much less artistically fashioned. In Izumo particularly, Such stone carving has a decidedly primitive appearance. There is an astonishing multiplicity and variety of fox images in the province of the gods. Images comical, quaint, grotesque, or monstrous, but for the most part very rudely chiseled. I cannot, however, declare them less interesting on that account. The work of the Tokaido sculptor copies the conventional artistic notion of light grace and ghostliness. The rustic foxes of Izumo have no grace. They are uncouth, but they betray in countless queer ways the personal fancies of their makers. They are of many moods: whimsical, apathetic, inquisitive, saturnine, jocose, ironical. They watch and snooze and squint and wink and sneer. They wait with lurking smiles. They listen with cocked ears most stealthily, keeping their mouths open or closed. There is an amusing individuality about them, and an air of knowing mockery about most of them, even those whose noses have been broken off. Moreover, these ancient country foxes have certain natural beauties which their modern Tokyo kindred cannot show. Time has bestowed upon them diverse speckled coats of beautiful soft colors, while they have been sitting on their pedestals, listening to the ebbing and flowing of the centuries, and snickering weirdly at mankind. Their backs are clad with finest green velvet of old mosses. Their limbs are spotted and their tails are tipped with the dead gold or the dead silver of delicate fungi. And the places they most haunt are the loveliest, high shadowy groves, where the uguisu sings in green twilight, above some voiceless shrine with its lamps and its lions of stone so mossed as to seem things born of the soil, like mushrooms. I found it difficult to understand why, out of every 1,000 foxes, 900 should have broken noses. The main street of the city of Matsue might be paved from one end with the tips of the noses of mutilated Izumo foxes. A friend answered my expression of wonder in this regard by the simple but suggestive word kodomo, which means the children. Section 2. Inari, the name by which the fox god is generally known, signifies Lord of Rice, but the antique name of the deity is the august spirit of food. He is the Ukano Mitama no Mikoto of the Kojiki. Note: Toyo Ukebime no Kami, or Ukano Mitana, who has also 8 other names, is a female divinity, according to the Kojiki and its commentators. Moreover, the greatest of all Shinto scholars, Hirata, as cited by Sato, says there is really no such god as Inari-san at all, that the very name is an error, but the common people have created the god Inari. Therefore, he must be presumed to exist, if only for folklorists, and I speak of him as a male deity because I see him so represented in pictures and carvings. As to his mythological existence, his great and wealthy temple at Kyoto is impressive testimony. End of note. In much more recent times only has he borne the name that indicates his connection with the fox cult Miketsu no Kami, or the three-fox god. Indeed, the conception of the fox as a supernatural being does not seem to have been introduced into Japan before the 10th or 11th century, and although a shrine of the deity with statues of foxes may be found in the court of most of the large Shinto temples, it is worthy of note that in all the vast domains of the oldest Shinto shrine in Japan, Kitzuki, you cannot find the image of a fox, and it is only in modern art, the art of Toyokuni and others, that Inari is represented as a bearded man riding a white fox. Note: the white fox is a favorite subject with Japanese artists. Some very beautiful kakemono representing white foxes were on display at the Tokyo exhibition of 1890. Phosphorescent foxes often appear in the old colored prints, now so rare and precious, made by artists whose names have become world famous. Occasionally, foxes are represented wandering about at night, with lambent tongues of dim fire, Kitsune above their heads. The end of the fox's tail, both in sculpture and drawing, is ordinarily decorated with a symbolic jewel, tama, of old Buddhist art. I have in my possession one kakemono representing a white fox with a luminous jewel in its tail. I purchased it at the Matsue Temple of Inari, Oshiroyama no Inari-sama. The art of the kakemono is clumsy, but the conception possesses curious interest. End of note. Inari is not worshipped as the god of rice only. Indeed, there are many Inari, just as in antique Greece there are many deities called Hermes, Zeus, Athena, Poseidon. One in the knowledge of the learned, but essentially different in the imagination of the common people. Inari has been multiplied by reason of his different attributes. For instance, Matsue has a Kamiya-san no Inari-san, who is the god of coughs and bad colds, afflictions extremely common and remarkably severe in the land of Izumo. He has a temple in the Kamachi, at which he is worshipped under the vulgar appellation of Kaze no Kami, and the politer one of Kamiya-san no Inari. And those who are cured of their coughs and colds after having prayed to him bring to his temple offerings of tofu. At Oba, likewise, there is a particular Inari of great fame. Fastened to the wall of his shrine is a large box full of small clay foxes. The pilgrim who has a prayer to make puts one of these little foxes in his sleeve and carries it home. He must keep it and pay it all due honor until such time as his petition has been granted. Then he must take it back to the temple and restore it to the box, and, if he be able, make some small gift to the shrine. Inari is often worshipped as a healer, and still more frequently as a deity having power to give wealth. Perhaps because all the wealth of old Japan was reckoned in koku of rice. Therefore his foxes are sometimes represented holding keys in their mouths, and from being the deity who gives wealth, Inari has also become, in some localities, the special divinity of the Joro class. There is, for example, an Inari temple worth visiting in the neighborhood of the Yoshiwara at Yokohama. It stands in the same court with the temple of Benten, and is more than usually large for a shrine of Inari. You approach it through a succession of torii, one behind the other. They are different heights, diminishing in size as they are placed nearer to the temple, and planted more and more closely in proportion to their smallness. Before each torii sit a pair of weird foxes, one to the right and one to the left. The first pair are large as greyhounds. The second two are much smaller, and the sizes of the rest lessen as the dimensions of the torii lessen. At the foot of the wooden steps of the temple, there is a pair of very graceful foxes of dark grey stone, wearing pieces of red cloth about their necks. Upon the steps themselves are white wooden foxes, one at each end of each step, each successive pair being smaller than the pair below. And at the threshold of the doorway are two very little foxes, not more than 3 inches high, sitting on sky-blue pedestals. These have the tips of their tails gilded. Then, if you look into the temple, you will see on the left something like a long, low table on which are placed thousands of tiny fox images, even smaller than those in the doorway, having only plain white tails. There is no image of Inari. Indeed, I have never seen an image of Inari as yet in any Inari temple. On the altar appear the usual emblems of Shinto, and before it, just opposite the doorway, stands a sort of lantern having glass sides and a wooden bottom studded with nail points on which to fix votive candles. Note: the Japanese candle has a large hollow paper wick. It is usually placed upon an iron point, which enters into the orifice of the wick at the flat end. End of note. And here, from time to time, if you will watch, you will probably see more than one handsome girl with brightly painted lips and the beautiful antique attire that no maiden or wife may wear, come to the foot of the steps, toss a coin into the money box at the door, and call out, "Orosoku," which means an honorable candle. Immediately, from an inner chamber, some old man will enter the shrine room, with a lighted candle, stick it upon a nail point in the lantern, and then retire. Such candle offerings are always accompanied by secret prayers for good fortune, but this inari is worshipped by many besides members of the Joro class. The pieces of colored cloth about the necks of the foxes are also votive offerings. Section 3. Fox images in Izumo seem to be more numerous than in other provinces, and they are symbols there, so far as the mass of the peasantry is concerned, of something else besides the worship of the rice deity. Indeed, the old conception of the deity of rice fields has been overshadowed and almost effaced among the lowest classes by a weird cult, totally foreign to the spirit of pure Shinto, the fox cult. The worship of the retainer has almost replaced the worship of the god. Originally, the fox was sacred to Inari, only as the tortoise is still sacred to Kompira, the deer to the great deity of Kasuga, the rat to Daikoku, the tai fish to Ebisu, the white serpent to Benten, or the centipede to Bishamon, god of battles. But in the course of centuries, the fox usurped divinity, and the stone images of him are not the only outward evidences of this cult. At the rear of almost every Inari temple, you will generally find in the wall of the shrine building, 1 or 2 feet above the ground, an aperture about 8 inches in diameter and perfectly circular. It is often made so as to be closed at will by a sliding plank. This circular orifice is a foxhole, and if you find one open and look within, you will probably see offerings of tofu or other food which foxes are supposed to be fond of. You will also most likely find grains of rice scattered on some little projection of woodwork below or near the hole, or placed on the edge of the hole itself, and you may see some peasant clap his hands before the hole, utter some little prayer, and swallow a grain or 2 of that rice, in the belief that it will either cure or prevent sickness. Now the fox for whom such a hole is made is an invisible fox, a phantom fox, the fox respectfully referred to by the peasant as Okitsune-san. If he ever suffers himself to become visible, his color is said to be snowy white. According to some, there are various kinds of ghostly foxes. According to others, there are 2 sorts of foxes only: the Inari fox, Okitsune-san, and the wild fox, Kitsune. Some people again class foxes into superior and inferior foxes, and allege the existence of 4 superior sorts: Byakko, Kokko, Genko, and Reiko, all of which possess supernatural powers. Others again count only 3 kinds of foxes: the field fox, the man fox, and the Inari fox. But many confound the field fox or wild fox with the man fox, and others identify the Inari fox with the man fox. One cannot possibly unravel the confusion of these beliefs, especially among the peasantry. The beliefs vary, moreover, in different districts. I have only been able, after a residence of 14 months in Izumo, where the superstition is especially strong, and marked by certain unique features, to make the following very loose summary of them. All foxes have supernatural power. There are good and bad foxes. The Inari fox is good, and the bad foxes are afraid of the Inari fox. The worst fox is the Ninko, or the Hitokitsune, man fox. This is especially the fox of demoniacal possession. It is no larger than a weasel, and somewhat similar in shape, except for its tail, which is like the tail of any other fox. It is rarely seen, keeping itself invisible, except to those whom it attaches itself. It likes to live in the houses of men, and to be nourished by them, and to the homes where it is well cared for, it will bring prosperity. It will take care that the rice fields shall never want for water, nor the cooking pot for rice. But if offended, it will bring misfortune to the household, and ruin to the crops. The wild fox, Nogitsune, is also bad. It also sometimes takes possession of people, but it is especially a wizard, and prefers to deceive by enchantment. It has the power of assuming any shape, and of making itself invisible, but the dog can always see it, so that it is extremely afraid of the dog. Moreover, while assuming another shape, if its shadow fall upon water, the water will only reflect the shadow of a fox. The peasantry kill it, but he who kills a fox incurs the risk of being bewitched by that fox's kindred, or even by the ki, or ghost of the fox. Still, if one eat the flesh of a fox, he cannot be enchanted afterwards. The no Kitsune also enters houses. Most families having foxes in their houses have only the small kind, or ninko, but occasionally both kinds will live together under the same roof. Some people say that if the no Kitsune lives 100 years, it becomes all white and then takes rank as an inari fox. There are curious contradictions involved in these beliefs, and other contradictions will be found in the following pages of this sketch. To define the fox superstition at all is difficult, not only on account of the confusion of ideas on the subject among the believers themselves, but also on account of the variety of elements out of which it has been shapen. Its origin is Chinese. Note: see Professor Chamberlain's Things Japanese under the title Demoniacal Possession. End of note. But in Japan, it became oddly blended with the worship of a Shinto deity, and again modified and expanded by the Buddhist concepts of thaumaturgy and magic. So far as the common people are concerned, it is perhaps safe to say that they pay devotion to foxes, chiefly because they fear them. The peasant still worships what he fears. Section 4. It is more than doubtful whether the popular notions about different classes of foxes, and about the distinction between fox of inari and the fox of possession, were ever much more clearly established than they are now, except in the books of old literati. Indeed, there exists a letter from Hideyoshi to the fox god, which would seem to show that in the time of the great Taiko, the inari fox and the demon fox were considered identical. The letter is still preserved at Nara, in the Buddhist temple called Todaiji. Kyoto, the 17th day of the 3rd month, to Inari Daimyojin. My lord, I have the honor to inform you that one of the foxes under your jurisdiction has bewitched one of my servants, causing her and others a great deal of trouble. I have to request that you will make minute inquiries into the matter, and endeavor to find out the reason of your subject misbehaving in this way, and let me know the result. If it turns out that the fox has no adequate reason to give for his behavior, you are to arrest and punish him at once. If you hesitate to take action in this matter, I shall issue orders for the destruction of every fox in the land. Any other particulars that you may wish to be informed of in reference to what has occurred, you can learn from the high priest Yoshida. Apologizing for the imperfections of this letter, I have the honor to be your obedient servant, Hideyoshi Taiko. Note: translated by Walter Denning. End of note. But there certainly were some distinctions established in localities, owing to the worship of Inari by the military caste. With the samurai of Izumo, the rice god, for obvious reasons, was a highly popular deity, and you can still find in the garden of almost every old Shizoku residence in Matsue a small shrine of Inari Daimyojin, with little stone foxes seated before it, and in the imagination of the lower classes, all samurai families possessed foxes, but the samurai foxes inspired no fear. They were believed to be good foxes, and the superstition of the ninko, or hitokitsune, does not seem to have unpleasantly affected any samurai families of Matsue during the feudal era. It is only since the military caste has been abolished, and its name, simply as a body of gentry, changed to Shizoku. Note: the word Shizoku is simply the Chinese for samurai, but the term now means little more than gentleman in England. End of note. That some families have become victims of the superstition through intermarriage with the chonin or mercantile classes, among whom the belief has always been strong. By the peasantry, the Matsudaira daimyo of Izumo were supposed to be the greatest fox possessors. One of them was believed to use foxes as messengers to Tokyo. Be it observed that a fox can travel, according to popular credence, from Yokohama to London in a few hours. And there is some Matsue story about a fox having been caught in a trap. Note: the fox messenger travels unseen, but if caught in a trap or injured, his magic fails him and he becomes visible. End of note. Near Tokyo, attached to whose neck was a letter written by the Prince of Izumo only the same morning. The great Inari temple of Inari in the castle grounds, Oshiroyama no Inari-sama, with its thousands upon thousands of foxes of stone, is considered by the country people a striking proof of the devotion of the Matsudaira, not to Inari, but to foxes. At present, however, it is no longer possible to establish distinctions of genera in this ghostly zoology, where each species grows into every other. It is not even possible to disengage the ki, or soul of the fox, and the august spirit of food, from the confusion in which both have become hopelessly blended, under the name Inari, by the vague conception of their peasant worshippers. The old Shinto mythology is indeed quite explicit about the august spirit of food, and quite silent upon the subject of foxes. But the peasantry in Izumo, like the peasantry of Catholic Europe, make mythology for themselves. If asked whether they pray to Inari as to an evil or a good deity, they will tell you that Inari is good, and that Inari foxes are good. They will tell you of white foxes and dark foxes, of foxes to be reverenced and foxes to be killed, of the good fox which cries kong kong, and the evil fox which cries kwai kwai. But the peasant possessed by the fox cries out, "I am Inari, Tamabushi no Inari," or some other Inari. Section 5. Goblin foxes are peculiarly dreaded in Izumo for 3 evil habits attributed to them. The first is that of deceiving people by enchantment, either for revenge or pure mischief. The second is that of quartering themselves as retainers upon some family, and thereby making that family a terror to its neighbors. The third and worst is that of entering into people and taking diabolical possession of them and tormenting them into madness. This affliction is called Kitsunetsuki. The favorite shape assumed by the goblin fox for the purpose of deluding mankind is that of a beautiful woman. Much less frequently, the form of a young man is taken in order to deceive some one of the other sex. Innumerable are the stories told or written about the wiles of fox women, and the dangerous woman of that class whose art is to enslave men and strip them of all they possess is popularly named by a word of deadly insult, Kitsune. Many declare that the fox never really assumes human shape, but that he only deceives people into the belief that he does so by a sort of magnetic power, or by spreading about them a certain magical effluvium. The fox does not always appear in the guise of a woman for evil purposes. There are several stories, and one really pretty play, about a fox who took the shape of a beautiful woman and married a man and bore him children, all out of gratitude for some favor received, the happiness of the family being only disturbed by some odd carnivorous propensities on the part of the offspring. Merely to achieve a diabolical purpose, the form of a woman is not always the best disguise. There are men quite insusceptible to feminine witchcraft. But the fox is never at a loss for a disguise. He can assume more forms than Proteus. Furthermore, he can make you see or hear or imagine whatever he wishes you to see, hear, or imagine. He can make you see out of time and space. He can recall the past and reveal the future. His power has not been destroyed by the introduction of Western ideas. For did he not, only a few years ago, cause phantom trains to run upon the Tokaido Railway, thereby greatly confounding and terrifying the engineers of the company? But, like all goblins, he prefers to haunt solitary places. At night he is fond of making queer ghostly lights. Note: the will-o'-the-wisp is called Kitsune or foxfire. End of note. In semblance of lantern fires, flit about dangerous places, and to protect yourself from this trick of his, it is necessary to learn that by joining your hands in a particular way, so as to leave a diamond-shaped aperture between the crossed fingers, you can extinguish the witch fire at any distance, simply by blowing through the aperture in the direction of the light and uttering a certain Buddhist formula. But it is not only at night that the fox manifests his power for mischief. At high noon he may tempt you to go where you are sure to get killed, or frighten you into going by creating some apparition or making you imagine that you feel an earthquake. Consequently, the old-fashioned peasant, on seeing anything extremely queer, is slow to credit the testimony of his own eyes. The most interesting and valuable witness of the stupendous eruption of Bandai-san in 1888, which blew the huge volcano to pieces and devastated an area of 27 square miles, leveling forests, turning rivers from their courses, and burying numbers of villages with all their inhabitants, was an old peasant who had watched the whole cataclysm from a neighboring peak as unconcernedly as if he had been looking at a drama. He saw a black column of ashes and steam rise to the height of 20,000 feet and spread out at its summit in the shape of an umbrella, blotting out the sun. Then he felt a strange rain pouring upon him, hotter than the water of a bath. Then all became black, and he felt the mountain beneath him shaking to its roots, and heard a crash of thunders that seemed like the sound of the breaking of a world. But he remained quite still until everything was over. He had made up his mind not to be afraid, deeming that all he saw and heard was delusion wrought by the witchcraft of a fox. Section 6. Strange is the madness of those into whom demon foxes enter. Sometimes they run naked shouting through the streets. Sometimes they lie down and froth at the mouth, and yelp as a fox yelps. And on some part of the body of the possessed, a moving lump appears under the skin, which seems to have a life of its own. Prick it with a needle, and it glides instantly to another place. By no grasp can it be so tightly compressed by a strong hand that it will not slip from under the fingers. Possessed folk are also said to speak and write languages of which they were totally ignorant prior to possession. They eat only what foxes are believed to like: tofu, aburaage. Note: aburaage is a name given to fried bean curds or tofu. End of note. Azuki meshi. Note: azuki meshi is a preparation of red beans boiled with rice. End of note. Etc. And they eat a great deal, alleging that not they, but the possessing foxes are hungry. It not infrequently happens that the victims of fox possession are cruelly treated by their relatives, being severely burned and beaten, in the hope that the fox may be thus driven away. Then the hoin. Note: the hoin, or yamabushi, was a Buddhist exorciser, usually a priest. Strictly speaking, the hoin was a yamabushi of higher rank. The yamabushi used to practice divination as well as exorcism. They were forbidden to exercise these professions by the present government, and most of the little temples formerly occupied by them have disappeared or fallen into ruin. But among the peasantry, Buddhist exorcisers are still called to attend cases of fox possession, and while acting as exorcisers, are still spoken of as yamabushi. End of note. Or yamabushi is sent for, the exorciser. The exorciser argues with the fox, who speaks through the mouth of the possessed. When the fox is reduced to silence by religious argument upon the wickedness of possessing people, he usually agrees to go away on condition of being supplied with plenty of tofu or other food, and the food promised must be brought immediately to that particular inari temple of which the fox declares himself a retainer. For the possessing fox, by whomsoever sent, usually confesses himself the servant of a certain inari, though sometimes even calling himself the god. As soon as the possessed has been freed from the possessor, he falls down senseless and remains for a long time prostrate. And it is said also that he who has once been possessed by a fox will never again be able to eat tofu, aburaage, azukimeshi, or any of those things which foxes like. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Kitsune. Section 7. It is believed that the man-fox, Hitokitsune, cannot be seen, but if he goes close to still water, his shadow can be seen in the water. Those having foxes are therefore supposed to avoid the vicinity of rivers and ponds. The invisible fox, as already stated, attaches himself to persons. Like a Japanese servant, he belongs to the household. But if a daughter of that household marry, the fox not only goes to that new family, following the bride, but also colonizes his kind in all those families related by marriage or kinship with the husband's family. Now every fox is supposed to have a family of 75, neither more nor less than 75, and all these must be fed, so that although such foxes, like ghosts, eat very little individually, it is expensive to have foxes. The fox possessors, Kitsune mochi, must feed their foxes at regular hours, and the foxes always eat first, all the 75. As soon as the family rice is cooked in the kama, a great iron cooking pot, the Kitsune mochi taps loudly on the side of the vessel and uncovers it. Then the foxes rise up through the floor, and although their eating is soundless to human ear and invisible to human eye, the rice slowly diminishes. Wherefore it is fearful for a poor man to have foxes. But the cost of nourishing foxes is the least evil connected with the keeping of them. Foxes have no fixed code of ethics, and have proved themselves untrustworthy servants. They may initiate and long maintain the prosperity of some family, but should some grave misfortune fall upon that family, in spite of the efforts of its 75 invisible retainers, then these will suddenly flee away, taking all the valuables of the household along with them. And all the fine gifts that foxes bring to their masters are things which have been stolen from somebody else. It is therefore extremely immoral to keep foxes. It is also dangerous for the public peace, inasmuch as a fox, being a goblin, and devoid of human susceptibilities, will not take certain precautions. He may steal the next-door neighbor's purse by night, and lay it at his own master's threshold, so that if the next-door neighbor happens to get up first and see it, there is sure to be a row. Another evil habit of foxes is that of making public what they hear said in private, and taking it upon themselves to create undesirable scandal. For example, a fox attached to the family of Kobayashi-san hears his master complain about his neighbor Nakayama-san, whom he secretly dislikes. Therewith the zealous retainer runs to the house of Nakayama-san and enters into his body, and torments him grievously, saying, "I am the retainer of Kobayashi-san, to whom you did such and such a wrong, and until such time as he command me to depart, I shall continue to torment you." And last, but worst of all the risks of possessing foxes, is the danger that they may become wroth with some member of the family. Certainly a fox may be a good friend, and make rich the home in which he is domiciled. But as he is not human, and his motives and feelings are not those of men but of goblins, it is difficult to avoid incurring his displeasure. At the most unexpected moment, he may take offense without any cause knowingly having been given, and there is no saying what the consequences may be. For the fox possesses instinctive infinite vision, and the ten nitsun, or all-hearing ear, and the ta shin-tsun, which is the knowledge of the most secret thoughts of others, and shiyuku meitsun, which is the knowledge of the past, and Jin Qian, which means the knowledge of the universal present, and also the powers of transformation and transmutation. Note: a most curious paper on the subject of Tengan, or infinite vision, being the translation of a Buddhist sermon by the priest Sata Kaiseki, appeared in Volume 7 of the Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan, from the pen of Mr. J. M. James. It contains an interesting consideration of the supernatural powers of the fox. End of note. So that even without including his special powers of bewitchment, he is by nature a being almost omnipotent for evil. Section 8. For all these reasons, and doubtless many more, people believed to have foxes are shunned. Intermarriage with a fox-possessing family is out of the question, and many a beautiful and accomplished girl in Izumo cannot secure a husband because of the popular belief that her family harbors foxes. As a rule, Izumo girls do not like to marry out of their own province, but the daughters of a Kitsune mochi must either marry into the family of another Kitsune mochi or find a husband far away from the province of the gods. Rich, fox-possessing families have not overmuch difficulty in disposing of their daughters by one of the means above indicated, but many a fine sweet girl of the poorer Kitsune mochi is condemned by superstition to remain unwedded. It is not because there are none to love her and desirous of marrying her, young men who have passed through public schools and who do not believe in foxes. It is because popular superstition cannot be yet safely defied in country districts except by the wealthy. The consequences of such defiance would have to be borne not merely by the husband, but by his whole family, and by all other families related thereunto, which are consequences to be thought about. Among men believed to have foxes, there are some who know how to turn the superstition to good account. The country folk, as a general rule, are afraid of giving offense to a Kitsune mochi, lest he should send some of his invisible servants to take possession of them. Accordingly, certain Kitsune mochi have obtained great ascendancy over the communities in which they live. In the town of Yonago, for example, there is a certain prosperous chonin whose will is almost law, and whose opinions are never opposed. He is practically the ruler of the place, and in a fair way of becoming a very wealthy man, all because he is thought to have foxes. Wrestlers, as a class, boast of their immunity from fox possession, and care neither for Kitsune mochi nor for their spectral friends. Very strong men are believed to be proof against all such goblinry. Foxes are said to be afraid of them, and instances are cited of a possessing fox declaring, "I wished to enter into your brother, but he was too strong for me, so I have entered into you, as I am resolved to be revenged upon some one of your family." Section 9. Now the belief in foxes does not affect persons only. It affects property. It affects the value of real estate in Izumo to the amount of hundreds of thousands. The land of a family supposed to have foxes cannot be sold at a fair price. People are afraid to buy it, for it is believed the foxes may ruin the new proprietor. The difficulty of obtaining a purchaser is most great in the case of land terraced for rice fields in the mountain districts. The prime necessity of such agriculture is irrigation by 100 ingenious devices, always in the face of difficulties. There are seasons when water becomes terribly scarce, and when the peasants will even fight for water. It is feared that on lands haunted by foxes, the foxes may turn the water away from one field into another, or, for spite, make holes in the dikes and so destroy the crop. There are not wanting shrewd men to take advantage of this queer belief. One gentleman in Matsue, a good agriculturist of the modern school, speculated in the fox terror 15 years ago and purchased a vast tract of land in eastern Izumo which no one else would bid for. That land has sextupled in value, besides yielding generously under his system of cultivation, and by selling it now he could realize an immense fortune. His success and the fact of his having been an official of the government broke the spell. It is no longer believed that his farms are fox-haunted, but success alone could not have freed the soil from the curse of the superstition. The power of the farmer to banish the foxes was due to his official character. With the peasantry, the word government is talismanic. Indeed, the richest and the most successful farmer of Izumo, worth more than 100,000 yen, Wakuri-san of Chinomiya in Kandegori, is almost universally believed by the peasantry to be a Kitsune mochi. They tell curious stories about him. Some say that when a very poor man, he found in the woods one day a little white fox cub, and took it home, and petted it, and gave it plenty of tofu, azuki meshi, and aburage, 3 sorts of food which foxes love, and that from that day prosperity came to him. Others say that in his house there is a special zashiki, or guest room for foxes, and that there, once in each month, a great banquet is given to hundreds of hitokitsune. But Shinomiya no Wakuri, as they call him, can afford to laugh at all these tales. He is a refined man, highly respected in cultivated circles, where superstition never enters. Section 10. When a ninko comes to your house at night and knocks, there is a peculiar muffled sound about the knocking by which you can tell that the visitor is a fox, if you have experienced ears. For a fox knocks at doors with its tail. If you open, then you will see a man, or perhaps a beautiful girl, who will talk to you only in fragments of words, but nevertheless in such a way that you can perfectly well understand. A fox cannot pronounce a whole word, but a part only, as nish-sa for Nishida-san, de-gos for de-gozarimasu, or uch-de for uchi desu ka? Then, if you are a friend of foxes, the visitor will present you with a little gift of some sort, and at once vanish away into the darkness. Whatever the gift may be, it will seem much larger that night than in the morning. Only a part of the fox gift is real. A Matsue Shizoku, going home one night by way of the street called Horomachi, saw a fox running for its life, pursued by dogs. He beat the dogs off with his umbrella, thus giving the fox a chance to escape. On the following evening he heard someone knock at his door, and on opening the door, saw a very pretty girl standing there, who said to him, "Last night I should have died but for your august kindness. I know not how to thank you enough. This is only a pitiable little present." And she laid a small bundle at his feet and went away. He opened the bundle and found 2 beautiful ducks and 2 pieces of silver money. These long, heavy, leaf-shaped pieces of money, each worth $10 or $12, such as are now eagerly sought for by collectors of antique things. After a little while, one of the coins changed before his eyes into a piece of grass. The other was always good. Sugitean-san, a physician of Matsue, was called one evening to attend a case of confinement at a house some distance from the city, on the hill called Shiragayama. He was guided by a servant carrying a paper lantern painted with an aristocratic crest. Note: all the portable lanterns used to light the way upon dark nights bear a mon, or crest of the owner. End of note. He entered into a magnificent house, where he was received with superb samurai courtesy. The mother was safely delivered of a fine boy. The family treated the physician to an excellent dinner, entertained him elegantly, and sent him home, loaded with presents and money. Next day he went, according to Japanese etiquette, to return thanks to his hosts. He could not find the house. There was, in fact, nothing on Shiragayama except forest. Returning home, he examined again the gold which had been paid to him. All was good, except one piece, which had changed into grass. Section 11. Curious advantages have been taken of the superstitions relating to the fox god. In Matsue, several years ago, there was a tofuya which enjoyed an unusually large patronage. A tofuya is a shop where tofu is sold. a curd prepared from beans, and much resembling good custard in appearance. Of all eatable things, foxes are most fond of tofu and of soba, which is a preparation of buckwheat. There is even a legend that a fox, in the semblance of an elegantly attired man, once visited Nogi no Kuriharaya, a popular sobaya on the lake shore, and ate much soba. But after the guest was gone, the money he had paid changed into wooden shavings. The proprietor of the tofuya had a different experience. A man in wretched attire used to come to his shop every evening to buy a cho of tofu, which he devoured on the spot with the haste of one long famished. Every evening for weeks he came, and never spoke, but the landlord saw one evening the tip of a bushy white tail protruding from beneath the stranger's rags. The sight aroused strange surmises and weird hopes. From that night he began to treat the mysterious visitor with obsequious kindness, but another month passed before the latter spoke. Then what he said was about as follows. "Though I seem to you a man, I am not a man, and I took upon myself human form only for the purpose of visiting you. I come from Takamachi, where my temple is, at which you often visit, and being desirous to reward your piety and goodness of heart, I have come tonight to save you from a great danger. For by the power which I possess, I know that tomorrow this street will burn, and all the houses in it shall be utterly destroyed except yours. To save it, I am going to make a charm, but in order that I may do this, you must open your go-down, kura, that I may enter, and allow no one to watch me, for should living eye look upon me there, the charm will not avail." The shopkeeper, with fervent words of gratitude, opened his storehouse, and reverently admitted the seeming inari, and gave orders that none of his household or servants should keep watch. And these orders were so well obeyed that all the stores within the storehouse and all the valuables of the family were removed without hindrance during the night. Next day the kura was found to be empty, and there was no fire. There is also a well-authenticated story about another wealthy shopkeeper of Matsue who easily became the prey of another pretended inari. This inari told him that whatever sum of money he should leave at a certain miya by night, he would find it doubled in the morning, as a reward for his lifelong piety. The shopkeeper carried several small sums to the miya, and found them doubled within 12 hours. Then he deposited larger sums, which were similarly multiplied. He even risked some hundreds of dollars, which were duplicated. Finally, he took all his money out of the bank and placed it one evening within the shrine of the god, and never saw it again. Section 12. Vast is the literature of the subject of foxes, ghostly foxes. Some of it is old as the 11th century. In the ancient romances and the modern cheap novel, in historical traditions, and in popular fairy tales, foxes perform wonderful parts. There are very beautiful and very sad and very terrible stories about foxes. There are legends of foxes discussed by great scholars, and legends of foxes known to every child in Japan, such as the history of Tamamo no Mae, the beautiful favorite of the Emperor Toba. Tamamo no Mae, whose name has passed into a proverb, and who proved at last to be only a demon fox with 9 tails and fur of gold. But the most interesting part of the fox literature belongs to the Japanese stage, where the popular beliefs are often most humorously reflected, as in the following excerpts from the comedy of Hizakuruge, written by one Jippensha Ikku. Kidahachi and Iyaji are traveling from Edo to Osaka. When within a short distance of Akasaka, Kidahachi hastens on in advance to secure good accommodations at the best inn. Iyaji, traveling along leisurely, stops a little while at a small wayside refreshment house kept by an old woman. Old woman: "Please take some tea, sir." Iyaji: "Thank you. How far is it from here to the next town, Akasaka? Old woman. About 1 ri. But if you have no companion, you had better remain here tonight, because there is a bad fox on the way, who bewitches travelers. Iyaji. I am afraid of that sort of thing, but I must go on, for my companion has gone on ahead of me, and will be waiting for me. After having paid for his refreshments, Iyaji proceeds on his way. The night is very dark, and he feels quite nervous on account of what the old woman has told him. After having walked a considerable distance, he suddenly hears a fox yelping, "Kong kong!" Feeling still more afraid, he shouts at the top of his voice. Iyaji. Come near me and I will kill you. Meanwhile, Kidahachi, who has also been frightened by the old woman's stories, and has therefore determined to wait for Iyaji, is saying to himself in the dark, "If I do not wait for him, we shall certainly be deluded." Suddenly he hears Iyaji's voice and cries out to him. Kidahachi. Oh, Iyaji-san! Iyaji. What are you doing there? Kidahachi. I did intend to go on ahead, but I became afraid, and so I concluded to stop here and wait for you. Iyaji, who imagines that the fox has taken the shape of Kidahachi to deceive him. Do not think that you are going to dupe me. Kidahachi. That is a queer way to talk. I have some nice mochi. Note: cakes made of rice flour and often sweetened with sugar. End of note. Here which I bought for you. Iyaji. Horse dung cannot be eaten. Note: it is believed that foxes amuse themselves by causing people to eat horse dung in the belief that they are eating mochi, or to enter a cesspool in the belief that they are taking a bath. End of note. Kidahachi. Don't be suspicious. I am really Kidahachi. Iyaji, springing upon him furiously. Yes, you took the form of Kidahachi just to deceive me. Kidahachi. What do you mean? What are you going to do to me? Iyaji. I'm going to kill you. Throws him down. Kidahachi. Oh, you have hurt me very much. Please leave me alone. Iyaji. If you are really hurt, then let me see you in your real shape. They struggle together. Kidahachi. What are you doing? Putting your hand there. Iyaji. I am feeling for your tail. If you don't put out your tail at once, I shall make you. Takes his towel and with it ties Kidahachi's hands behind his back and then drives him before him. Kidahachi. Please untie me. Please untie me first. By this time, they have almost reached Akasaka, and Iyaji, seeing a dog, calls the animal and drags Kidahachi close to it, for a dog is believed to be able to detect a fox through any disguise, but the dog takes no notice of Kidahachi. Iyaji therefore unties him and apologizes, and they both laugh at their previous fears. Section 13. But there are some very pleasing forms of the fox god. For example, there stands in a very obscure street of Matsue, one of those streets no stranger is likely to enter unless he loses his way, a temple called Jigyoba no Inari. Note: in Jigyoba Machi, a name signifying earthwork street, it stands upon land reclaimed from swamp. End of note. And also Kodomo no Inari, or the children's Inari. It is very small but very famous, and it has been recently presented with a pair of new stone foxes, very large, which have gilded teeth and a peculiarly playful expression of countenance. These sit one on each side of the gate, the male grinning with open jaws, the female demure with mouth closed. Note: this seems to be the immemorial artistic law for the demeanor of all symbolic guardians of holy places, such as the karashishi and the ascending and descending dragons carved upon panels or pillars. At Kumano Temple, even the Suijin, or warrior guardians, who frown behind the gratings of the chambers of the Great Gateway, are thus represented, one with mouth open, and the other with closed lips. On inquiring about the origin of this distinction between the two symbolic figures, I was told by a young Buddhist scholar that the male figure in such representations is supposed to be pronouncing the sound A, and the figure with closed lips, the sound of nasal N, corresponding to the alpha and omega of the Greek alphabet, and also emblematic of the beginning and the end. In the Lotus of the Good Law, Buddha so reveals himself as the cosmic Alpha and Omega, and the Father of the world, like Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. End of note. In the court, you will find many ancient little foxes with noses, heads, or tails broken, 2 great karashishi, before which straw sandals, waraji, have been suspended as votive offerings by somebody with sore feet who has prayed to the Karashishi-sama that they will heal his affliction, and a shrine of Kojin occupied by the corpses of many children's dolls. Note: there is one exception to the general custom of giving the dolls of dead children, or the wrecks of dolls, to Kojin, those images of the god of calligraphy and scholarship, which are always presented as gifts to boys on the boys' festival, are given, when broken, to Tenjin himself, not to Kojin. At least, such is the custom in Matsue. End of note. The grated doors of the shrine of Jigyoba no Inari, like those of the shrine of Yaegaki, are white, with a multitude of little papers tied to them, which papers signify prayers. But the prayers are special and curious. To right and to left of the doors, and also above them, odd little votive pictures are pasted upon the walls, mostly representing children in bathtubs or children getting their heads shaved. There are also 1 or 2 representing children at play. Now, the interpretation of these signs and wonders is as follows. Doubtless you know that Japanese children, as well as Japanese adults, must take a hot bath every day. Also, that it is the custom to shave the heads of very small boys and girls. But in spite of hereditary patience and strong ancestral tendency to follow ancient custom, young children find both the razor and the hot bath difficult to endure, with their delicate skins. For the Japanese hot bath is very hot, not less than 110 degrees Fahrenheit as a general rule, and even the adult foreigner must learn slowly to bear it and to appreciate its hygienic value. Also, the Japanese razor is a much less perfect instrument than ours, and is used without any lather, and is apt to hurt a little unless used by the most skillful hands. And finally, Japanese parents are not tyrannical with their children. They pet and coax, very rarely compel or terrify, so that it is quite a dilemma for them when the baby revolts against the bath or mutinies against the razor. The parents of the child who refuses to be shaved or bathed have recourse in Jigyoba no Inari. The god is besought to send one of his retainers to amuse the child and reconcile it to the new order of things, and render it both docile and happy. Also, if a child is naughty or falls sick, this inari is appealed to. If the prayer be granted, some small present is made to the temple, sometimes a votive picture, such as those pasted by the door, representing the successful result of the petition. To judge by the number of such pictures, and by the prosperity of the temple, the Kodomo no Inari would seem to deserve his popularity. Even during the few minutes I passed in his court, I saw 3 young mothers, with infants at their backs, come to the shrine and pray and make offerings. I noticed that one of the children, remarkably pretty, has never been shaved at all. This was evidently a very obstinate case. While returning from my visit to the Jigyoba Inari, my Japanese servant who had guided me there told me this story. The son of his next-door neighbor, a boy of 7, went out to play one morning and disappeared for 2 days. The parents were not at first uneasy, supposing that the child had gone to the house of a relative, where he was accustomed to pass a day or two from time to time. But on the evening of the second day, it was learned that the child had not been at the house in question. Search was at once made, but neither search nor inquiry availed. Late at night, however, a knock was heard at the door of the boy's dwelling, and the mother, hurrying out, found her truant fast asleep on the ground. She could not discover who had knocked. The boy, upon being awakened, laughed and said that on the morning of his disappearance, he had met a lad of about his own age, with very pretty eyes, who had coaxed him away to the woods, where they had played together all day and night, and the next day at very curious, funny games. But at last he got sleepy, and his comrade took him home. He was not hungry. The comrade promised to come tomorrow. But the mysterious comrade never came, and no boy of the description given lived in the neighborhood. The inference was that the comrade was a fox who wanted to have a little fun. The subject of the fun mourned long in vain for his merry companion. Section 14. Some 30 years ago, there lived in Matsue an ex-wrestler named Tobikawa, who was a relentless enemy of foxes and used to hunt and kill them. He was popularly believed to enjoy immunity from bewitchment because of his immense strength. But there were some old folks who predicted that he would not die a natural death. This prediction was fulfilled. Tobikawa died in a very curious manner. He was excessively fond of practical jokes. One day he disguised himself as a tengu, or sacred goblin, with wings and claws and a long nose, and ascended a lofty tree in a sacred grove near Rakusan, whither, after a little while, the innocent peasants thronged to worship him with offerings. While diverting himself with this spectacle, and trying to play his part by springing nimbly from one branch to another, he missed his footing and broke his neck in the fall. Section 15. But these strange beliefs are swiftly passing away. Year by year, more shrines of Inari crumble down, never to be rebuilt. Year by year, the statuaries make fewer images of foxes. Year by year, fewer victims of fox possession are taken to the hospitals to be treated according to the best scientific methods by Japanese physicians who speak German. The cause is not to be found in the decadence of the old faiths. A superstition outlives a religion. Much less is it to be sought for in the efforts of proselytizing missionaries from the West, most of whom profess an earnest belief in devils. It is purely educational. The omnipotent enemy of superstition is the public school, where the teaching of modern science is unclogged by sectarianism or prejudice, where the children of the poorest may learn the wisdom of the Occident, where there is not a boy or a girl of 14 ignorant of the great names of Tyndall, of Darwin, of Huxley, of Herbert Spencer. The little hands that break the fox god's nose in mischievous play can also write essays upon the evolution of plants and about the geology of Izumo. There is no place for ghostly foxes in the beautiful nature world revealed by new studies to the new generation. The omnipotent exorciser and reformer is the Kodomo. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. End of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series by Lafcadio Hearn. Thank you for listening.